I'd ask everybody to please stand for the pledge, please. Legislator Hernandez, would you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For those of you who are used to our committee system, typically committees only have 3 legislators. However, this is the Budget and Finance Committee consisting of the entire legislature. I'd ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
District 1, Legislator Montgomery. Here. District 2, Legislator Gouldman.
Present.
District 3, Legislator Agnizio.
Present.
District 4, Legislator Russo. District 5, Legislator D'Angelo.
Present.
District 6, Legislator Regan.
Present.
District 8, Legislator Sayegh.
Present.
District 9, Legislator Crawley. District 7, Chairman Birmingham.
Thank you. Before we jump into this one-item agenda, I would just ask my colleagues and the clerk, when using the microphones, just make sure your green light is on and that you speak into the microphone. Just we're trying to improve our audio delivery here. And of course, anyone during the committee meetings, if you sit at the desk to give testimony, you'll also need to make sure the green light is on. So thank you. We have one item tonight: approval, consideration of amending budgetary amendment A26A026. This was sent down to us by the county executive in a letter of necessity, and we decided to put it on this night's agenda so that we could get it approved by no later than April 5th. It's kind of a bifurcated, or at least I'm viewing it as a bifurcated budgetary amendment. It's for $2,147,000 for the budgetary amendment as it stands now is taking money from ARPA Stabilization Center to ARPA for paving. For those of us, of course, who were here at the meeting last week, this was discussed in health, I think it was it not? Yes.
Yes, we had a special health committee meeting on Thursday.
Indeed. And what we're going to do today is talk about it, both sides of that coin. We have our Commissioner of DPW here. He gave us some excellent testimony with respect to the need to move for paving. Just for the folks at home and the audience to know that even though the paving plants don't close until November, if we are to use this $2 million for paving, we do have to get contracts lined up sometime prior to then. The Commissioner says it's pretty much, we have to get that done in May, so that was the reason for the letter of necessity from our county executive. And then also, this was a large part of the topic that we spoke about at the Health Committee meeting last week. We want to, or at least a lot of us on the legislature want to know if we're still able to have the stabilization center or services done through ARPA. Our Commissioner of Finance has given us a lot of information on that. Our Director of Intergovernmental Relations, Jen Caruso, has helped us out with that. So tonight's special budget meeting is to talk about those items, and perhaps at the end, if there's appetite for it, I'll be making a motion to amend this so that we can hopefully at least pursue both paths, the paving and the stabilization center. So with that, what I'd like to do is turn it over to our minority leader, Nancy Montgomery, to walk us through what, if that's okay, would you want to let us know what some of the things you found out? And again, thank you to Jen and to Bill for last week's information, of course, Commissioner Fury for giving us a lot of needed information. So, take it from there.
Sure. Well, I made some of these statements on Thursday, and they didn't make it to the recording. I'm not sure I want to revisit the entire statement again. I just want to preface this with my concern isn't that the plans had to change. I understand that that happens. My concern is whether all reasonable options were fully explored to preserve the original health investment before moving to reallocate these funds elsewhere. So in my discovery in trying to understand the complexities of ARPA, the contract, the RFP, the unfortunate circumstance with the stabilization not getting approved through the review process in the town of Carmel, while that was, even before that was finalized, even before we really knew that the stabilization center was not going to pass review for the planning board in Carmel, there was talk of reallocation of these funds. And that for tonight right now, the budget item that is before us, the agenda item, because that's what should be discussed, because it is on the agenda, that consideration, that came to us in February. Like I said last week, before the mics were even cold. We were moving money from ARPA that was allocated for public health to Blacktop when we already had an active contract in place. That contract had not been canceled for convenience at that point. The statements that were made on Thursday were that of that very day that contract was canceled for convenience. What we discovered because of the irregularity in the way that cancellation for convenience was expedited, the contract was not canceled. So before us tonight, we still have an active contract. And what I don't understand, if we're going to consider this agenda item to move $2.147 million to paving, it doesn't make sense in my understanding of what we have as ARPA is reported. Right now, we currently have 2 projects out of 34 that have been approved for paving. Out of those 2 projects, countywide paving projects, as of September 2025, 1 was complete, and that one was worth $1,315,630. The second project, where we were allocated $881,568, that was listed as 50% complete, with $500,078 spent. That leaves a remaining $381,490 needed for paving for approved ARPA projects. My understanding of ARPA projects is you have to, have them obligated by December 31st, 2024. And this is maybe what I would like answered. And maybe county law or compliance can answer that question. How can this $2.1 million be reallocated for an open ARPA project when there is none? So can I ask compliance to come up, or would you like to continue on? Because the second half is the open contract, the RFP, and everything that's in standing for the stabilization services that are still viable for Putnam County.
Yeah, if anybody from the administration would like to weigh in, we'd certainly welcome any input. To the extent we need to go into executive session, we can, but if we can.
We're not talking about.
Yeah, well, I know, but I just wanted to put it out there. To the extent we might touch on any executive session items, maybe we should hold that until a point afterwards. Jen, would you mind joining us? Is that okay? And thank you for being here, by the way. Thank you. And you can feel free to join us here at the table. Thanks. Is there a green light on?
Yep.
Thank you. Thank
Good
you.
evening. So the question was, again, how we are able to reallocate it to paving? Is that correct?
Paving that's not approved by ARPA.
Well, the paving is an approved ARPA use, and the county is given a certain percentage allocation of its total ARPA dollars that it can use towards paving. And the only question is, in this instance, which I think I'm not sure if I touched on it in the previous meeting, but when you have because we've passed that December 2024 deadline, you technically cannot reallocate funds. You're stuck where you are. However, in some limited circumstances, you may replace a contract. So in this instance, the thought process is that if we were mutually terminating for convenience, or there was a breach, the other ones, this is all contained in the federal, the Treasury guidance in the Federal Register. The other circumstances are breach, unable to perform. It was, I think there's 1 or 2 if it wasn't properly bid. There's technicalities. So for whatever reason the contract is invalid, or it's canceled or breached, then you can replace that contract. So that's what we're working with here, hopefully. And then, as I had said, I think, we had talked about this, not in the public meeting, but we're not going to make a representation that this isn't without risk, because we're outside of that deadline. So pretty much anything we do, we have to have anything we do, we're going to have a very clear record and, have the backup for reporting to the U.S. Treasury as to why we made the decision and why we think it falls within the guidelines.
Okay.
And we did consult with our outside consultant numerous times, and their recommendation was to contact the U.S. Treasury, which we did say that we did on the record. They responded to us. They asked for some additional information, and I'll let Commissioner Carlin jump in if I'm misstating anything. And then we gave them that additional information, and we haven't heard since.
Correct.
So we're following advice of the ARPA consultant, and we've taken all of the steps for proper ARPA compliance.
Okay, if I may speak freely through the chair.
Yes.
So, and I still am stuck on that's not my understanding from Treasury.
Okay.
My understanding still from Treasury is honed in on those 2 paving. It's listed as paving under the SLFRF portal, those
Correct.
2 paving projects. And as we've been told in relation to, we can't move, stabilization services to a different public health, mental health service. So it doesn't logically make sense. We can't do this with mental health, but we can do it with paving.
Well, we were saying, and I think if I'm correct, I wasn't at those prior meetings. I think the statement was that it can't be moved to a new project that's not, this was something that I think had to do with details with the reporting system. So
we have many mental health projects in the county that aren't new, just like we have
Well,
many paving
not
projects that aren't new.
I'm sorry, legislator, it's not, it doesn't have to be, it's not just not a new project, it's not a new ARPA project. So it needs to be ARPA eligible, which means a lot of things. It has to have been procured according to ARPA guidelines. And so we thought it would be least risky to put it to a pre-existing project in order to, we can't start with a brand new ARPA project at this point.
But a new paving project that wasn't listed in ARPA is a new project.
It's in the category is paving, and that's the project, it's paving.
Okay.
And it's of numerous roads. It's countywide paving, right? Is that correct,
Well, we
Commissioner
were
Carlin?
enumerated.
That's correct.
Yes, it's listed as countywide paving, so that's why, because it
And
was
that was
kind of vague.
we spent that. We spent that, 1,300,000. We spent that in addition to the countywide paving under the $800,000 plus allocation. So that's what I
That's
don't
correct.
understand. So there's 300,000 left.
So we would be attempting
Yeah.
to add the additional amount to that project.
I
It's
think,
only
what-
300,000.
I think what I'm hearing is there's risk going down either road.
Correct.
Risk included to expanding to new paving projects.
Correct.
Even though the category paving has been blessed, the amount hasn't been blessed. We're looking to, there's a movement to augment that, and that's what you're hearing. I don't think you're saying much different than that. That's a risk. We're not guaranteed.
No matter what we do in this instance.
We're up against the wall.
But if
Yeah,
I-
because we're outside, it's pretty clear, we're outside of that hard deadline,
Yes.
the December 2024 deadline. We were able to, as we came to this body, some of you are new to it, but prior to that, we came to this body for we were moving a lot of stuff around, trying to make it before that deadline. After the deadline, no matter what we do, it's going to be there's going to be risk.
So if I can speak to the risk, the risk in assigning this to something other than public health and assigning it to, I'm gonna still be stuck on not seeing that additional paving as logical in the way ARPA is explained to me. But, so if we're gonna speak about risk and if we can move to like the risk categories in this, it's very risky to move this either way. But we have a contract between a service provider and the county. And that contract clearly states on page 3, section 5, the values for approved expenses may be modified upon approval by the county and the agency. So my disappointment is that those modifications were never even considered. We talked about paving in February, and there was time, and there still is time, to make modifications to that contract, and it all also stems from exactly what the RFP says. And the RFP clearly indicates that the services could include peer-to-peer counseling, case management. Nothing was ever really solid with a stabilization center. There was not even a location on the contract. There was no address included on the existing contract. So there was room for modification. I find that much less risky than moving it to a whole new category from public health, out of public health to paving. So what we had in the RFP was stabilization services. It clearly states in the RFP crisis response. What would be risky if we did say behavioral health services, that'd be too general. Mental health services, too general. Public health programming, but it clearly said in the RFP, peer-to-peer counseling, case management. So what I think Treasury has told me they would look at would be continuity of purpose. And the continuity of purpose from stabilization center to stabilization services, which the service provider provides, that exists already in Putnam County, that exists, I think, in many of the services they ask the administration to consider. So the RFP itself, contemplates a full spectrum of stabilization services that were not even considered before paving.
In response to that, I think this is a conversation we had outside of this forum. You're conflating, if I may, the county contract situation with the ARPA situation. So while we may be able to amend a contract under ARPA, potentially, you can always, I mean, basic legal principle, I guess, is right. You can always amend a contract under certain circumstances, and that may be so under Treasury. But there are some issues that are being raised regarding the county contract, which was entered into in response to an RFP, and I'm not going to speak to that. I think that's properly with the law department, and also the detail of the services provided. I think that's properly spoken to by the experts in the administration about and the service provider at hand. So I think we could get that information from some other individuals if you'd want some
But it's
enlightenment
clear,
on that.
I mean, it's fine to hear from other individuals, but it's clear in the contract and it's clear in the RFP.
I think it's not. That's not the whole story.
Okay,
Respectfully.
I'm not looking for stories. I'm looking for the contract and the RFP and what Treasury allows.
Yes, they're two. So you have two legal issues here, or compliance issues here. You have to comply with the terms of the contract, which was entered into in conjunction with an RFP, and then you have compliance with ARPA, the use of ARPA funds, and they're two different things.
Well, ARPA clearly says in their guidance that it can be amended.
But ARPA doesn't speak to county procurement and New York State procurement law and
So if
the county contract.
and I'm going to ask legislative counsel to come in, but
Yes.
if they're synthesized or if all the boxes are checked, if the RFP allows it, if the contract allows it, and if the ARPA regs seem to allow this continuity of purpose, don't we have a confluence? And again, I'm not by any means an expert.
If all of those, after speaking
Boxes
to
are
all
checked,
of the
yep.
other experts, if all those boxes are checked, let's say hypothetically,
Yep.
everything's in favor of this plan. As the ARPA person, you're asking from the ARPA compliance perspective, and again, I'll also ask my colleague, the Commissioner of Finance, who's handling this as well. I think there's a time issue.
Well, that's a practical issue.
Yes.
Let's try and get over
And that's from ARPA.
Right.
So that's the ARPA deadline to
December
spend the
31st.
funds is December 31st,
Right.
2026.
Right.
And then
So-
the rest of the items, I think
So-
there are more, folks that are more equipped to get into those
Let's
issues.
put a pin in for a moment the practical consideration.
Well, that's the consideration I have, legislator.
Oh, no, I understand, but it's not our consideration, it's the contractor's responsibility to do that.
Oh, no, it is the county's responsibility to make
To-
that deadline on the ARPA
Oh, I know, to
compliance.
make the deadline,
To make
but,
the deadline, yes.
but the practical aspect you're talking about is whether the contractor can fulfill those obligations by that time.
Well, and it's also in the county's interest to see if that's possible before we enter into a
But you do
scenario.
But
We
you
did
do
that with the paving.
if we could hang on, you do understand, though, if there's a contractor that agrees to do something, it's up to them to do it, and if they, by impossibility, if they can't, they'll let us know, I would think,
Yes.
generally speaking. So
Yes.
what I want to do is just put a pin, if we could, just to try and advance the ball a little bit, then I want to, if I could
Absolutely.
go to legislative counsel. And again, hypothetically, if we're checking all the boxes, procurement law is checked under state law, contract law is checked, it has the flexibility, and then the most important hurdle, if I'm not hearing, is regulatory from ARPA.
Mhm.
If those three boxes are checked, it becomes a practical question at that point. I don't know if we've checked all three boxes, though, and I saw our legislative counsel had something.
Well, I think the practicality and the ARPA deadline are intertwined.
But can we just help me out here, put a pin in that for a second? I
don't
want
wanna
to
put a pin in
advance I want to advance the ball, just so we can get that
That
either.
deadline is very
I know,
important
but I
to us.
want to get this regulatory stuff and contractual stuff, because we can't talk about the practicality until we check those three boxes. So let's just deal with that for a moment. Legislative counsel.
Through the chair, without providing an opinion on anything,
I
because we
understand.
would go into executive
Sure.
session should the legislature want an opinion, but I think it's important that we discuss the definition of a stabilization center And Title 14 actually defines a stabilization center in two different ways. One is a supportive crisis stabilization center, which means a center that provides support and assistance to individuals with mental health or substance use crisis symptoms. And it goes on, you know, which provides support services, similar or akin to the peer-to-peer support that Nancy Montgomery raised. Additionally, under the definition of a crisis stabilization center is an intensive crisis stabilization center, which means a center that provides urgent treatment to individuals experiencing an acute mental health or substance use crisis. And so there are both of these definitions, both of which are, in fact, stabilization centers. I don't know whether this other location would meet either of those definitions, but it seemed to me in the discussion, having read the definitions, that most of the discussions when discussing a stabilization center were focused on this intensive crisis stabilization center and not so much this alternative definition, the supportive crisis stabilization center. So I think before discussing whether some sort of new contract or amendment to the contract is reached, we might first look at the existing contract and whether performance is possible under the existing contract terms as stated. If in fact, as stated, this alternative location would satisfy the supportive crisis stabilization center definition, then perhaps the contract doesn't need to be amended at all. Whether or not, as Ms. Caruso pointed out, that could actually be possible within the time frame is yet another question, you know, but these sort of are.
That's where we have the pin.
And that's exactly it. So I'm not taking the pin out. I just wanted to
Okay.
provide that additional statutory information.
And what part of those two definitions that you just quoted?
It's from Title 4, is it 14? Is that what it is? I think Title 14, it's N22 NYCRR Part 600, and I believe it's Title 14, I believe, yeah.
And that's part of, I mean, again, I'm not an expert by any means on this, but it sounds to me that that might be closer to, one of those two definitions, I think the first one might be closer to that continuity of care theory for notion that hopefully, and again, we shouldn't be, and I'm trying not to, and nobody else has done that. Do you want to come up to Anna?
Well, I just wanted to say that maybe to speak, the better people to speak as to respect what a stabilization center is would be the Commissioner from Social Services as well as People USA. They are probably the most knowledgeable as to what in fact rises to and satisfies the requirements of a stabilization center.
They certainly know more about it than I do, being professionals. Would you mind joining us either at the podium? You're welcome to stay if you like. We'll try and bring up more chairs. And Diane,
I'm fine going back to my.
you don't mind? Okay.
I'm fine going back to my.
Okay. Thank you for being here. Would you mind introducing yourself and
Sure.
saying hello? And first of all, thank you for joining us tonight.
Sure.
Taking the time
Thank
out
you
of your day.
for allowing me to be here. My name is Tammy Robson. I'm the Assistant Vice President of Crisis Services at People USA.
Okay.
So we entered into this agreement in good faith to provide crisis stabilization centers to the residents of Putnam County, and recognizing that there's an intense need for these types of services. To speak to the model, the original agreement was for a supportive crisis stabilization center. An intensive model was never in the original agreement, was always going to be a supportive. But through the work of Legislator Montgomery, we've learned that although the services could potentially stay the same, the scope of how they're delivered. So they may not be delivered on site. So we can look at providing crisis stabilization services, not crisis stabilization center services. And those crisis stabilization services include peer support, short-term crisis respite, short-term crisis stabilization, and also mobile crisis outreach and response. So that's the full continuum of crisis services. So we are eager and motivated to continue this process and provide these services to Putnam County, and we just hope for the opportunity to be able to amend the services to fit into a different mode of providing them.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you, and it would be unfair for anybody to ask you to talk about the practicality aspect of that yet. That's something we can't do in an open forum like this, to the extent whatever happens tonight with this either budgetary amendment or budgetary transfer or the amendment to the budgetary transfer. What I'm trying to do is buy this legislature enough time to follow both tracks. I hear what Tommy's saying, our Commissioner of DPW. We don't want to see federal dollars go back to the federal government. We'd like to see them spent locally. And we do have a hard deadline, as was said earlier, for December 31st, 2026. So what I'm hoping, and I'm not wrapping this up, I just want to give a context.
Right, I just want to speak to time.
Okay.
Because that's a preference.
Yeah, what I'm looking to do is just get something out of the committee tonight and on the full legislative meeting later tonight that will take money out of fund balance, not ARPA money, but out of fund balance, so that our DPW can make the contracts for paving, and then to have your office and our law department and our ARPA folks figure out if this is doable. I'm trying to buy us time. This was asked for us to adopt it by May 5th and just cut out the whole stabilization center. I'm not willing to give up on that yet. What our Commissioner of DPW does is very important, but it's critical, but I have a uncomfortableness with trading human services dollars for blacktop. And that's why I think we don't have a lot of time, but I'm trying to buy us a little bit of time to try and keep both options available. So that's where I'm going on that.
I'm just going to jump in.
Oh, sure. And if you could identify yourself, thank you.
Sure.
Sorry.
Wait, do you want to bring up more chairs?
Yeah, you can bring more chairs up.
Actually,
Good
Thank you.
evening, members of the Special Budget and Finance Committee meeting. My name is Rebecca Volk. I'm counsel to People USA. I've been along with People USA during this process where we have been hoping and wishing to provide much-needed stabilization services to Putnam County. And I just wanted to follow up on Ms. Robson's remarks. Just as the lawyer, language being very important to me, I would just correct that we're not really looking to amend. We really think that we have an infrastructure at a property in Garrison. We would be willing to discuss whether or not we are able to get some of the services in that contract there. This is preliminary, but we're here to talk to you. When I say we have that infrastructure, because we're hoping that that can build a base, or maybe that where we have that pin on that time frame, maybe we can look at that pin as not such a scary. This is all very preliminary at this point, but it certainly is not going to replace the stabilization center that we had hoped to provide. But again, we're willing to look at the small wins. So if there's somewhere that we can talk with the county about something we can do with our existing that will get these services into Putnam County, we're here to state that we are willing to do it. I'm not here to tell you anything about what your ARPA regulations and county procurement. You obviously have very skilled attorneys who are able to do that for you. But we're just here to express that we are willing to make ourselves available at any time to have these discussions to see if something can work.
Thank you very much. And what I'd like to do is open it up, as we usually do, to all of our members of the committee, which are all 9 legislators. What I'm going to go to Tommy and Bill. But I'm not going to do it. I don't think it'd be appropriate for any of us to, and you're not asking for this either. My hope today is that at the end, people will go back with a plan to discuss. None of us should be negotiating a contract in open session with a counterparty. We're just here I'm here to learn about what my options are as a voting member of this legislature, whether to irrevocably take money out of something for human services and put it into blacktop, or see if we can buy more time to perhaps get both passed.
Fully understood.
Thank you, and thank you for that. Legislator Regan, then Legislator Gouldman.
Thank you, Chairman. And through the chair, I'm hesitant with the hostage verbiage of the human services, because I believe that almost every person on this legislature wants to execute both tracks like we spoke here. So I will ask this question. I'm sorry, your name is?
Rebecca Volk.
Rebecca, Tommy. As we've said to our DPW commissioner, do you care what color the money is?
What color the money is? No.
Right.
No.
So, just to extrapolate, so whether it's ARPA dollars or Putnam County dollars, you are looking to accomplish a goal.
Correct.
Are your goals tied to it has to come from ARPA at all?
So if there is other funding available, but we had always been given the impression that this was really an ARPA-based project. So if the legislature or the county executive or whoever the appropriate representative come back to say that they can work with us and it's coming from a different bucket, I don't know that we're married to where that bucket comes from.
So if I could just walk that down the street for a second here. So if for some reason the federal dollars were withdrawn, but we had entered into a contract with People USA, it would be the county's obligation to fulfill that portion of the contract, right? Whether it was the federal dollars or our dollars. So when I listen to what everybody's looking to accomplish right here, I respectfully lean towards the thought process of giving you the least restrictive dollars and paving with the restrictive dollars. But that's, I'm one of 9, but I just want to clarify that. So the goals you're looking to accomplish, what the things that People USA are looking to do, it's not central, it doesn't have to be ARPA dollars for you to achieve your goals.
So I would defer to your very skilled colleagues in both the county attorney's office and your legislative council, but right now the contract we have is specifically tied to the ARPA money going to the project. So in other words, if there's a different bucket provided, there would need to be a new contract, or else we are not promised that funding.
Would we, the county, be no longer obligated under the contract if for some reason the federal dollars disappeared? We'd still have an obligation, wouldn't we? No.
No.
We have a contract with them.
Well, I-
Again, I'll defer to
you.
my colleagues.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll defer to our lawyers on that. And you know, quite frankly, I think that might be an executive session question.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
I can 99% sure say no way. And I know that once this money disappears from ARPA for public health, for People USA, we're not gonna get that money back for stabilization services to go to People USA. That $2.1 million is gonna start all over again. You'll have to lobby every legislator in here to give that directly to them. And everybody has their ideas of where they want that $2.1 million to go for mental health services. And while I'd love to give it to People USA, there's many other non-government organizations that provide mental health services that would be appropriate for, that I'm sure the county executive has ideas for, and individual legislators. So that's why,
The distrust. Okay.
I'm working hard here
Understood.
and keeping it in this bucket, because I think it's much less risky to keep it where it is than to transfer it to, if I can, just.
I just want to get the bill.
Yeah, sure, sorry, go ahead.
The bill, Legislator Gouldman, and then any other legislator who hasn't spoken.
Thank you, Chairman. This stabilization center is a great idea. We started to put it in Brewster, and there was a lot of community opposition. Then they went over to Carmel, a lot of community opposition. Well, you want to put it in Garrison, the surrounding community, what do they feel about it?
It already exists.
So we already have a facility in Garrison. It's slightly different than a straight stabilization center, but we already have a home that's operating there, and to my understanding, very little complaints.
I understand. We have supervisor
Yeah.
of.
We're going to get to the public comment shortly. We just go in that order, legislators and public input.
One of
You're
my
the first one up.
issues is community. I worked for many years in a previous position where there's a lot of not in my backyard issues with multiple different locations. And I'm just curious if this could be a situation where you want to put it. And if it is, we all should consider that, because you don't really want to have opposition in a community that if they don't want it. If they want it, then that's great. You understand what I'm saying?
It exists.
There's always, yes, and there's always going to be certain portions of populations who, in my humble opinion, misunderstand the services we provide and make assumptions about what's going to occur. I think people forget that a lot of times it's your own neighbors and your own family members who need these services, but they don't like to hear that.
The reason I prefaced what I said was I worked for 8 years getting drug treatment programs throughout Bronx County. And I can tell you, it's not an easy task. And I hope that that is not an issue for this location that you're talking about.
If I may, we're talking about retaining an existing service that is going to disappear because it's being sold.
Interesting.
You good? Legislator D'Angelo? Okay.
Yes, so through the chair, my questions for maybe anyone who could answer this, and being in your district, you might know more, you probably know more about this. The building exists, I'm not familiar with it. Is the infrastructure suitable for the stabilization center? Will there need to be like an additional project done to the building to suit what needs to be done?
So, sure, as I stated in all of my comments from the beginning, we're talking about stabilization services, which are, we're not talking about a stabilization center anymore. We're talking about stabilization services, and those are currently being provided at this location. So it is suitable for that, yes.
And so then what would the money do? It would purchase the
Correct.
building? Okay, because my concern was the logistics behind it, because I'm in municipal construction. I mean, if we had to do a project, by the time you even get a set of plans to put in front of a planning board or put out to bid for a contractor, it'd probably be next summer. So I just wanted to make sure that if we do go down this route, I just don't want to see the money wasted. And I know that I at least have a willingness, I know that there is some willingness for there to be a separate maybe budget line for the same dollar amount to be spent towards mental health services or stabilization services, whatever we may. So I just want to make sure whichever route we go, we're not losing out on money that we either use it or lose it. So.
And we do have someone from People USA here to speak to just that.
Yeah, the plans.
Could you come up and?
Oh, certainly, yeah.
We're very formal here, I'm sorry.
It's quite all right.
This all started before I got on the legislature, so I don't know a lot of this.
Before me too.
Yeah, okay.
So my name is Amy Grzybiński. I'm with People USA. We actually have employed an architect to help us with this property. He's already drawn a full set of construction plans. They've already been approved by the state regulatory, the Office of Mental Health. They've already been submitted and approved, so we're ready to go with the plans.
Well, this architect sounds great. I'd love his card after the meeting.
Well, we started on this process.
We keep him in Poughkeepsie, you're
Yes.
not allowed to have him.
Well, we started on this process when we knew we were entering into a contract, so we've done all of the work.
So can I clarify that, if I may, just to stay within continuity? They started this because they were interested in purchasing the property way before ARPA. Way before ARPA was considered for this project. So now that we know that the stabilization center is not supported in Carmel, we're not considering a stabilization center in Garrison. We're considering continuing the use of the property that is already providing stabilization services. We don't have that property anymore, and it's very likely it will be sold, and we won't have People USA in Putnam County anymore, because without the ARPA funding, they can't buy the property.
Before I open it up to the public, we're going to, Commissioner, do you have anything?
I do, yes.
Commissioner Sarah Servideo from our.
Turn the mic on, turn the mic on.
Yeah, and then we're
I
going to go to
think
Legislator
yeah,
Hernandez.
it's on. So respectfully to the staff here from People and to Legislator Montgomery, this is the first time I'm hearing about this. So I'm just very confused. Are we talking about the Rose House being restructured and revamped to meet more of your needs there? And I don't know who to direct that question to, but it's just the first time I'm hearing this, so I just need to hear a little bit more about that.
I think we're talking about if the county is willing to have that conversation, we can discuss whether or not that's possible, because we have discussed possibly purchasing that building. I think the financing has somewhat discouraged the property owner. Being able to purchase it outright would certainly give us a stronger foot here in Putnam County. And again, we're looking to see inching if we can get a little bit closer to some of these services that Putnam County is looking for, but we have not found a community that does not seem to be scared of the individuals that we serve.
Can I clarify that again? Because
Okay.
it's just, it exists. They were in the process of expanding their services there before the ARPA funding was even considered for this property. So they were.
I just didn't know that,
Yes.
so
Well,
I'm just.
Yeah, and whether it was for Putnam County or not, they were going to expand services at their own volition because they provide those services. Providing them more for Putnam County for services we appear to be losing left and right because of other things, you know, that would just be beneficial to Putnam. If we can help make sure this stays in Putnam, I would like that, that's all.
Legislator Nizio, then Laura, Legislator Russo, then Legislator D'Angelo.
Okay, thank you. This is the first I'm hearing about it also, but I'm glad that you came out from People USA. Rebecca, it's very encouraging that there is a possibility to discuss an alternate location and not lose this ARPA funding. And I also like the idea also of a mobile outreach. I don't know if that would be possible to do both with the amount of money that you would.
That more falls within the.
Okay, so, because I
Technical.
really would like to see it, because you know, it could be brought over to this side also of the county. If we're talking about Garrison, there's a need over here also. So, is that a possibility?
We'll go to People USA to answer, and then our Legislative Council has a point to make.
And I just also wanted to mention that I also am very encouraged to understand what you said this evening about there is not a need now to amend the contract, so we can move forward with the contract the way it is. Is that what you are saying?
I think we should leave those discussions to the
Okay.
negotiation teams.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I can just speak to the mobile outreach. There already is established at the location that we're, thank you, the location that we're talking about, a mobile outreach team.
And how is that, how would that work? Would they be able to come here to this side of the county?
They can come anywhere, so,
Okay.
and they see individuals of all ages and individuals in the community. So youth, families, adults, wherever a crisis is occurring. So they've been operating for about a year and a half now.
And that is part of what, last week when I came, we were taking a look at revamping the entire crisis response in Putnam County, utilizing our already existing mobile crisis team and seeing what we can do to make it bigger, expand it, give them more capacity to reach more people is a top priority for my office, and we have had those conversations in the past.
Legislative Council on this point, and Legislator Russo, then Legislator D'Angelo, and you haven't spoken yet, and then we're going to open it up after Legislator Sayegh.
Through the chair, and without getting into the specifics, I think that there's two tracks being discussed. What are possible services versus what we're here to discuss, which is whether under the existing contract we can proceed. And I think that, and we'll discuss the specifics of that, you know, in executive session. But I think that that's an important distinction. And I think that that's where that pin is in terms of pragmatics of whether or not it can be done. And I think that that really needs to be fleshed out because as we began, the contract was for Supportive Crisis Stabilization Center. And so really the question at the heart of things here is whether this property can be, based on whether it's the architectural plans or anything else, can be a supportive crisis stabilization center as contracted within the specified period.
Thank you. Thank you. Legislator Russo, then Legislator D'Angelo, and then Legislator Sayegh. And then we're going to open it up to the public with Supervisor Fantasco first.
Thank you. I think some of my questions were answered, although it seems like we are talking about two totally different things. I support everything we do for mental health. So this money that's out there, we would be purchasing the property and the building as it exists, which is operated by People USA. And then you guys have already discussed with architects plans, but that's on your own. But do we fund People USA? So there's a little confusion there.
There's not going to be a crisis stabilization center at the location in Garrison. So crisis stabilization center should not, that term should not be used moving forward, I imagine, right? So there's, the word crisis can be used interchangeably, but crisis stabilization center cannot.
Okay.
We will not be putting a crisis stabilization center at that location.
And if I may, to your question, this was already a plan that was in place before the stabilization center was denied, so nothing has been identified. Again, as Sarah had mentioned, this would be a conversation between the county and People USA of how to move this forward. This is more so of if this is a possibility to have these conversations. And our organization is willing to come to the table with the county and see how we can provide services to the residents of Putnam County. But of course, we all need to be in alignment as to that.
Okay, that's fine. And then this amount of money we're talking about, is that how much this property and house cost? And are we gonna have to have renovations done to meet the needs, not the center, but the services? And then I guess we're also gonna have to hear from our town on how they feel about having this in their neighborhood. So, thank you.
Jake, would you mind if legislature stage, she hasn't spoken yet. Would
Yeah,
you-
yeah, sure.
Legislature stage and legislator D'Angelo.
Thank you, Chairman. So, this is a very, this is a big ball of yarn here that we're trying to unravel. I'm being asked to reallocate ARPA money between two different projects that will receive final U.S. Treasury approval. May or may not receive final U.S. Treasury approval. I think, and I do need more information about this. I've always been in favor of the Stabilization Center. Since day one, I've visited the Stabilization Center in Dutchess County. I was involved in the talks when I was chair of health about the importance of this Stabilization Center. I was at the planning board meetings advocating for the Stabilization Center. And I'm very much in favor of it. I'm trying to wrap my head around the approval process and how we can do that at this point in time so quickly. And we'd also talked about the ability to take the $2.1 million or so and putting it into mental health from the county budget, unrestricted, so that we can use that at the discretion of our Commissioner of Mental Health Services and Social Services, which I might be in favor of. This is tax dollars that would go to fund the taxpayers in Putnam County. I know that's exactly what you do. But instead of leaving it to a not-for-profit that I'm very supportive of, I would leave it in the hands of our mental health professional. This is not my final answer, I'm just throwing it out there. And I'm also, we all drive to work. Our roads need help. So I'm really conflicted here because I'm a huge fan of the mental health projects. I was on the health committee for many, many years. But I need to take the path that I think is going to get final approval from the Treasury without losing it. And I think from what I'm hearing from our administration, from our ARPA people, from our finance person, I'm seeing that might be paving. That being said, I would still be in favor of allocating the $2 million to support mental health in Putnam County, because I think that should be our priority. And we're going to pay it anyway. But if it's approved by the ARPA money, I'm all in favor of putting in the paving. Using unrestricted dollars for our Commissioner of Mental Health.
Thank you. Legislator D'Angelo, then Supervisor Fantastic.
Yes. Question through the chair to anyone who can answer. How much is the Rose House? How much would it cost to purchase? Does anyone know that?
I did speak with the client today. I believe they are marketing it for somewhere around 1.2, which we feel is a little too high given some of the improvements that are needed. That is from my recollection, so if I have that number wrong, I apologize, but I know it was over $1 million.
Right. And so if projects or if renovation projects are going to have to occur, the money has to be expended by the end of the year. So I guess my question is if we just gave you, I don't know, if you say get the property for $1 million, and then we give you 2.1, we're expecting then, hopefully 1.1 would then be expended on a project that would also have to go in front of a planning board and get approved. I guess I'm just worried about the timeline, because also if you get you're gonna get $1 million more than what the property's worth without even knowing how much you're going to spend on the renovations, if that's gonna cover it all, if it's gonna be too much and there's gonna be money left over. Does the project have to be done? This may not be your real house, it's an ARPA question, but I'd kind of just...
So, it's not for me to answer the ARPA, again, that's for your consultants to answer, but when it comes to the approval process, as we've stated, it's not gonna be the same as what we were looking to do first in Brewster and then in Carmel, where we're establishing it. It would be kind of flowing with the services that are already there, so it would be my position that it should not require a new approval, and if that position were different from the town, I would have some serious concerns about the town's approach to that. Okay. So maybe you might know this is, and maybe not a definite, but would we be giving the 2.1 in a lump sum to them and it'd be considered expended? Or do they have to spend every penny of it by December of the end of the year on the projects, buy the house, do the projects, and it has to be spent by the end of the year?
I'm the wrong person to ask, but the right person to ask is nodding your head, yes. Not to, but it all has to be spent, every nickel has to be expended by December 31st.
And that's assuming it falls under the contract
Right.
and the RFP.
Right, yes, we've got to get over those hurdles first, but to answer your direct question, every nickel has to be spent by December 31st, 2026.
But in addition to as the RFP says and as the contract says, People USA provides stabilization services. So funding could go toward the Rose House. Funding can also be established in what already exists through their mobile mental health units, through their, just list your services that they're already providing.
But it has to be spent in full by the end of the year, is kind of my question, right?
Sure. Well, a contract for mental health services would be spent on People USA.
So they would take the money tomorrow and that's it, and they could spend it as they see fit past the deadline.
Typically not how it works when we contract with the county. We submit evidence of what we're spending on,
Well,
it
of
gets
course, right.
reviewed and all that. It's not just kind of, we don't just run off with it.
As attractive as that may sound.
So it's
Many not-for-profits would love to be given
I
that
guess
pocket.
maybe I'm wording my question wrong, but I guess whatever you're going to spend the money on, it would all have to be spent by the end of this year.
Yes, and we are saying, and there's a lot of questions on how that's done. I'm deferring to the colleagues here at Putnam County on whether or not you can
Right.
under your ARPA contract, because that is not for me to voice an opinion to you about that. However, we're here to say that we provide quite a bit of services that fall under the scope of what you were seeking, and if there's a willingness from the county to have a conversation, we are making ourselves available because we would love to continue to provide mental health services in Putnam County. We would love to be able to get towards that goal.
I guess that's just what I'm conflicted with is in a perfect world, if we had it in front of us and we see like a real tangible timeline as to how we could expend all this money by the end of the year so that we don't lose it. But I'm being asked, I'm just it's a tricky spot because we have to vote on this tonight without having that.
Well, we don't have to.
The sooner the better.
This is our deadline.
Right.
Yeah. Tonight, we have a special full tonight. What's in front of the special pull tonight is only this resolution if it's amended. If it's not amended, the fund transfer is not amended, it'll go to the 5th, our regular full, a week from tomorrow. So it's not that further out, but the only thing that's going tonight to our special full would be this if it's amended.
Okay.
Yeah. Supervisor Van Tassel, please join us. Thank you for your patience so much. Yeah, but I want to, and the Commissioner, if you don't mind, I want to hear from the supervisor first. He's been very patient.
Supervisor John Van Tassel.
Would you like to join us at the table? Sure, thank you. And thanks for...
Usually no trouble hearing me.
That's fine.
I can't. So, interestingly enough, this is like 4 o'clock this afternoon, I found out that this location in Garrison was being proposed. And I appreciate the work that you all are doing to try to fill a need for mental health in the county. However, that area is a rural conservation district, and it would require full site plan approval for the adaptation of this building for this use. I know, or I guess there is work going on there currently. I reviewed it with the code enforcement officer right before I left town. In the RC district, the only thing that's permitted is a single-family home. So whatever is operating there currently, I don't know if it's there illegally or if there were a site plan approval, but any adaptation to that building would require site plan approval. So, and I'm not here to question what will go on. I mean, the planning board would certainly make those determinations and certainly investigate that. We do have several institutional uses in the town of Phillipstown that I'm sure could host Graymore or the captions. These buildings are underutilized, and I'm sure they would be more than willing to. What's that?
They've already been explored.
Okay, well, I'm not aware of any of that, and I wasn't aware of any of this going on, but until I was, like 4 o'clock this afternoon, I found out about it. So I was a little disappointed that I wasn't included in any of the communication, and I hope there wasn't funds wasted on plans and development, as you discussed. There certainly would be planning board review, just like it was
already
proposed.
exists, Supervisor.
Yeah, well,
I would also know we're protected under Padavan.
Could we, the supervisor has.
I'm not here to
Yeah.
argue that, I'm just
It's
telling you
completely
what's
legally
required in the RC district. That property is in the RC district. Again, I don't have any opposition to it, it would go through our planning board, but to do that between now and December would be pretty difficult.
If we can hear from People USA, because they are aware of the existing use and has been in operation for over a decade now, and they have the answer to whether or not it is permitted.
Well, if it's sold and if it's changed, the use is changed, or the use is adapted, there's.
Nowhere in any of these conversations did we say any use was gonna change.
We were just discussing a complete architectural plan and review for.
Okay, the house is in need of repair.
I drove by today, it didn't look too bad to me, but
Okay, well-
again, if they're changing the floor plan, if they're changing the use of the building or the purpose of the building, it would have to go before the planning board, is my understanding. Again, I found out about this
I'm
at
sure they
3 o'clock this afternoon.
found all that out before they started operating,
Well, nobody contacted the town of Phillipstown, is the best of my knowledge, so.
before they start, when did you open?
I would just note, with all due respect to the supervisor, with 20 years of experience of land use law and working with people, the Rose House is protected under a law called Padavan, where a notice goes out to municipality that they have to identify if it's oversaturated. If that is not done, we're allowed to establish no site plan approval, no planning board. It was adopted for this very reason, because we are treated as a single-family home as a short-term respite.
Okay. One of the.
Again, I'm not the town attorney, and I didn't find out about this until 4 o'clock this afternoon, so
and
that's what I'm here to discuss.
What we're touching on now, and I think it's appropriate to pull the pin out a little bit and talk about the practicalities that I didn't want to talk about earlier. But one of the main practicalities is that the 9 of us are not the planning board of Phillipstown, nor are we the sponsors of the Padavan law. So again, this is the practicality that I don't think we're going to be able to solve tonight. But, my view is 1 out of 9. I want to give myself some breathing room. I have an amendment proposed tonight that I will propose that will allow us to take 2.1, and this doesn't matter to you, but to take $2.1 million out of unencumbered fund balance, or fund balance, to get the paving contract signed. And then that's going to, from my perspective, give us a little breathing room so that those very important conversations and perhaps hearings or public notices can take place on top. That's the practical aspect. And then the legal/regulatory, contractual and procurement issues can be discussed as well. I want to give us some breathing room so that if we do the 2.1 out of fund balance and it just comes back at 30 days from now, hey, great effort, we try for People USA to keep the contract, and for whatever reason, if it doesn't happen, we at least didn't slow our Commissioner of DPW down in getting the contract signed for paving. And at that point, we could even go ahead as a legislature and reallocate the money back to ARPA, but I don't think we're there yet. I don't feel that we're, and that's not for you, that's my more, as a legislator, we have till December 31st And I want to try, I don't want to run the clock out, but we're at May, we're getting pretty close, we're getting to the 11th hour, but those practical discussions have to happen, and they can't happen here, because we can't make a decision.
Understood.
Yeah.
Just unfortunately, there were some statements I felt really had to
Sure,
be
I'm
corrected.
glad you did. I'm glad
and
both of you made us aware of things we
I
weren't.
was unaware of them.
If I
This is the
may,
reason why we need those laws, though.
if I may
Sure,
speak
and then
to
legislative
the
root-
statements that were made, so there was no reason to contact you. We weren't changing use of any property. We were providing mental health services. If you'd like to come to our health committee meetings, you could fully be aware of what we're trying to
I
do
go to
for mental
plenty of
health
meetings.
services. So I know how these things go, and I know how they get twisted, and I can feel the firestorm politically operating right now. So what we're saying is, we're not changing any use. Rose House has been in existence on Phillipsburg Road in Garrison for, I'm sorry that I don't know the number of years. So if you want to jump in and deny that use suddenly, that would be,
You're putting words in my mouth.
really
That's nothing of what I
unfortunate.
said.
But I can see where this is going, so, and I want to clarify.
This
you
is
know,
going
you're-
according to our zoning.
You've
and
come here
RC
very
district.
alarmed and upset that you weren't notified.
It's kind of-
So
kind of
there was
alarmed,
really
yeah.
no reason to notify you, because there's no change of use in anything, there's no property that's being altered here. We're simply trying to provide and continue the services we have in Putnam County, serving those in need for mental health issues.
Which I have no interest in interfering with whatsoever.
Legislator Regan, then Legislator D'Angelo.
Thank you, Chairman. I need to publicly state here my concern with conversation that transpired down there. We here in the county, we have a commissioner of DSS. The fact that she was unaware of possible changes or possible plans is of concern to me, because what I am hearing / feeling is that if we enter into an agreement with People USA, we're running parallel, we're doing Sarah's job. I feel that mental health services and DSS should be run through Sarah's office. And if they're making plans that she's not aware of, or they have to do certain things to conform that she's not aware of, that's problematic. I'm hesitant to go down the path of what I feel is us making agreement with People USA that doesn't go through her office. Thank you.
I don't disagree with you, but realize what's on the table tonight is there's nothing that we're changing. In fact, the resolution that's before us tonight is to take money out of an existing contract and an existing agreement. So my only, and I'm going to get to Jake next, just to respond to Tommy, I just want some breathing room. Give me 30, 45 days to let everybody figure stuff out. Because if we unring this bell tonight, we can't bring it back. And I think we can, and I'll defer to the Commissioner of Finance, Bill, if we, I don't want to preempt Jake, but if we go ahead and take money out of fund balance tonight, Tommy can sign his, Commissioner DPW can sign his contracts because he has, there's funding for it.
Correct.
If at some point beyond May, we find out it's a no-go for People USA, for whatever reason, whether it's planning, whether it's contract, whether it's regulatory, we can always, we've done the Peter and Paul list before, we can always just say, okay, instead of coming out of fund balance that we're hopefully going to approve tonight, it's going to come out of ARPA. We could make that.
Right, you could amend the resolution,
Right.
and the money you took out of fund balance, you could put right back in.
And what I would want is us to pursue, because it sounds like the feds they're very busy. They don't get back to us or don't give us clarity with respect to their responses. I would encourage, as you guys have always been doing, to keep pursuing, can we do paving and can we do the Rose House? We can do both of those. Listen to me like you guys can do both of those and give us the answer at some point so that we can put the money back if we need to.
Right.
So that's really the point. We're not creating anything new here, Tommy. Even Legislator Montgomery's proposals, we're not voting on that tonight. We're just voting to keep the status quo at the moment so that it'll give us some breathing room. At least I'm going to ask for 30, 45 days to figure this out. And that way, and the only reason we're doing it now is because we have that May deadline for DPW. Can I go to Jake, or do you have something on point? You always have something on point.
I just want to
but,
clarify something.
Sure.
based on Legislator Regan's question, through the chair. Also, just as a point, the issue on either side, whether it be paving or whether it be Legislator Montgomery's suggestion, is about an existing contract. It's whether an existing contract can go forward based upon Rose House as the location. And so we're bound by that. That's the only thing that could possibly be viable for the reasons that Ms. Caruso pointed out, that we have a timeline here and we can't start over again. We can't go through a new RFP, a new proposal. We can't change the existing contract. So the only questions here are whether this existing contract can go forward with a new location, or alternatively, do we wish to pursue paving and better the county using these funds in that manner? So there's nothing new. There's nothing new being negotiated, because we can't negotiate something new because we'd have to start all over with a new RFP, a new bid, a new thing. So those are the only two options, nothing new.
Understood, but what we did, through the chair, what we did establish here tonight is that the color of those dollars or the origin is not important to the ultimate goal of People USA.
Which is a great point.
Right, so we can go with the chairman's recommendation. Alternatively, we would be able to perhaps put unrestricted dollars to Sarah's.
And that decision's
to
way
mental
above my
health.
pay grade.
Right.
Just wanted to make sure that you had clarity on
But
it.
Putnam County can fulfill this contract regardless of whether we take it from checking or savings.
Well, that can't be true, because the terms of the contract, and we can discuss this elsewhere, but because of the terms of the contract, that can't be true. We can't honor this contract. We can make a new contract if we want to, but this contract was specific that it was ARPA funds that issued.
Legislator D'Angelo, then Legislator Gouldman.
Yeah, I'm quite intrigued by this idea. I have a different idea altogether, and it's that we don't. I think how we vote on this amendment this evening is kind of being driven by ultimately whether we're going to pursue this road with the Rose House or with the paving. Or your idea was like, let's just pay for the paving and go this way anyway. I would actually like to see us just table this, just take a breath on it. Let's not spend $2.1 million without knowing what comes next. Everything that's been described about the Rose House sounds very tangible, but there's nothing in front of us to show it. Not to say that there isn't, but you'd like to see it. So before we jump and spend money or make any decision, let's just get a little more information on it. And look, I mean, I'm not, at times Mr. Fury is definitely more of an expert in paving than I, but I think if we had a couple days, if we don't make this decision tonight, we have a couple days, I'd like to think that we'd still be able to pave if that's the route we go. But I'd like to just be a little more educated on everything before we make a decision either which way.
And that's certainly possible, because like I said, if this doesn't get amended tonight, nothing happens tonight. And we'll still have the letter of necessity and the fund transfer as submitted to us by the administration to vote on a week from tomorrow. So I don't think that's unreasonable to ask. I mean, but having said that, though, keep in mind at our full meeting on Tuesday, we will not have the benefit of public comment because it's not a committee meeting. And that's fine. Maybe we can get our comments answered offline between now and then, but just keep that in mind too. I'm not saying it's a terrible idea. I'm just saying that's just a practical aspect of that. Legislator Gouldman.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just ask the Supervisor Van Tassel, what district is this in?
Rural conservation.
Okay, thank you.
I have the use chart here if you'd like to see it. I can share it with you.
Yeah, one of my big concerns is, the community. I don't live in that community, but I do understand the issue with having something in a community that you don't really want, that the community doesn't really want. Of course, there's opposition with everything, but that all has to be weighed in the final decision. Going to a planning board, which the supervisor says they might have to do, that's going to drag the whole process out. You know how planning boards are. It could take a year.
So should we have
Well, if we
them
could let-
vacate immediately?
No, if
Because
we
it's
could just have no crosstalk.
We don't have to go to the planning board. I used to open and close group homes. I know how these laws work.
Can he finish?
It's true.
If it does, it does. I'm not sure. Okay, we have supervisor saying one thing and legislator saying something else. I'm not sure.
And to be fair, I was made aware of law today by People USA that I wasn't aware of the.
And I think
I
what
wouldn't
you're
want to
saying
do a
is,
contract and then it has to go to a planning board and we all look like jerks.
Why
That's
did it
what
go
should
to the
all be
planning
figured out
board in
before.
the other two communities?
Let's, if we could,
I think we just need to
we're gonna
pump the
get
brakes
these,
on
like I
this.
said, these practical answers,
Let's pump the
if you
brakes
could just hang on a second. We're not the planning board, we're not the zoning board, we are not a local land use entity. We can get those questions answered, and we'd like, not legal briefs, but I'd like to learn more about it through a written correspondence and again, I'm not gonna make the decision
Can I just
whether.
make one point?
Okay.
The use existing in Garrison is not the same as what we went to the planning board for in Carmel. What is existing there is the equivalent to a single-family home under the law, and it has to be treated that way.
Yes, sir.
So if it's not the same, like you mentioned before, we're gonna have to do another contract. If we have to do another contract,
contract can be amended according to Treasury.
is it within the ARPA
It can be, I spoke to them today.
guidelines? I have the floor, ma'am. Is it within the proper guidelines, if you have to do a new contract for this to happen? Can I have counsel answer that question?
But I have to be in executive
Yeah.
session.
And you can get that, you know.
I'd just like to give the number for Treasury and my email address
Can't
because I
we,
spoke
like,
to
go
them
in
again
order?
today.
Well, nobody, did anyone else have their hand up? Okay, legislative.
Okay, I have Treasury's number and their email address. And
Legislator
they answer.
So I just want to thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to speak. I feel and I know that everyone in this room deserves respect. And a town supervisor, I think, or mayor,
That's what he is.
came here to speak because he was just notified. And I don't think it's appropriate to say to him, he doesn't need to know what's going on at the legislature, because it does, whether he has a say in it or not. It's his town, so he should at least be copied on something.
Well-
And to me, that's a level of respect. With this whole process, we don't have all of the information, just like the other night when a group came to the personnel committee and not to health. I'm on both. We didn't have enough information to make a decision. Tonight, we don't have enough information because we don't know how much this building costs, if we could make these changes, if the contract could be amended or not amended. So I think it's not the time tonight to make a decision. Let's ask the appropriate people between now and our full on the 5th, and then maybe we can make a better educated decision.
We might not have enough, because don't forget, the thing that's being asked of us tonight is to make a decision. The letter of necessity asked us to make a decision to take funds that are already appropriated for a certain purpose, stabilization center, to paving. And that decision was being asked of us by the county executive. So we are being asked to make a decision, whether it's tonight or Tuesday. Realize though the status quo, what my proposal would do, would allow both tracks to proceed. We would allow our Commissioner of DPW to go out and let his contracts for paving, because we're taking it, as Legislator Regan said, out of unencumbered money, county money, not non-ARPA money, so that he can sign contracts for $2.1 million of paving. That would keep in place the status quo with respect to the ARPA funding for stabilization center. If at some point, whether it's May, the end of May or June, I'm not, just 1 out of 9, I'm not willing to go much beyond June 15th or so to get a decision from us. If at that point, we're either told it's a no-go, stabilization as much as human services are needed here in Putnam County for that purpose, we just can't make it happen, we could unring the bell there. With this, we can't unring the bell because we already have a signed contract. If we take the money, well, I'm not going to get into that. I'm leery of, we're being asked to make a contractual decision on a contract that was signed how long ago? over a year ago.
Well, more than that, I
More than
believe 2 to
that.
3 years
2
ago.
to 3 years ago. And that's the decision we're being asked to make. And I don't have enough information to make that decision. So we can do both. We can get the paving done, and if at the end of May or beginning of June or whatever, again, just that's my deadline. It's not a December 31st, 2026 deadline. I'm not ARPA. But for me, I just want some more airspace to try and land this plane. And if we don't have it by then, we can do that. I'm going to get to Bill in a second, but you have, Jen?
Yes, Chair. I just wanted to point out that
I can't hear.
I feel like.
Yeah, can you come up? We
Yes,
just
of
can't hear
course.
you very well. Thank you.
Jen Crusoe, Director of Compliance again. In my humble opinion, it sounds like everyone's swirling around the same issue, which is whether we can do this under the contract, the current contract with the service provider that we have currently, and with ARPA dollars. I would respectfully suggest that you could possibly get some answers or close to some answers with the law department who's present to answer questions related to that contract.
Right.
They're here right now, and
Yep.
that information can be provided.
But that's only one piece of the puzzle. The other piece.
It is, but
Yeah.
it's a piece of the puzzle that I think we're missing right now, so.
Okay, and I'd be happy.
And
to
it's a
hear
pertinent piece of the puzzle.
I'd be happy to hear from
Okay.
the law department if Anna wants to come up and join us.
I don't know how much of it can be discussed here, or it has to be
Okay.
discussed in executive session, or, because Ms. Valk is present, I don't know, what we
Yeah, no, I know. We don't
where we want to go and what we talk about.
Exactly. We have
But
to
I
be
think
careful.
speaking about the RFP itself is pertinent,
Okay.
so.
Anna Diaz, Deputy County Attorney, welcome. Thank you. And thank you for all your patience with us.
Sure.
Appreciate that.
I have no problem answering any additional questions about the contract and the RFP, but I would like to request that it be done in executive session.
Okay. Before we do that,
Mhm.
do we have any questions with respect, you said, to the contract and the RFP from the legislature?
That's what I can speak to.
That you can speak to. But before we do that, do we have any non-contractual or non-RFP questions? Because I don't want to jump into executive session until.
I had something, but I'll
Let's-
hold my breath. I'd like to make a motion for us to go into executive session with the law department and our legal counsel, legislative counsel.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
We're going to adjourn to our anti executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Beth, are we all set? Should I
Yeah.
ask you? Okay, great. No decisions were made, no votes were taken in the executive session. This item before us tonight, Legislator D'Angelo had made a suggestion that, and again, we're dealing with the status quo. If we do nothing tonight, we're dealing with the status quo, nothing changes. The funds that were allocated towards this ARPA project for Stabilization Center will not change by dint of any vote we do or do not take tonight. So with that, we have item number 3, consideration of amending the budgetary amendment for 26A26. No motion has been made yet. Do I hear a motion?
I'd make a motion to table that.
Oh, we don't have to.
Oh.
If we don't make a motion, it just doesn't get introduced.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so nothing's on the table yet, so we're not going to entertain this motion tonight. We do need to now go to that practical aspect of the discussion that we spoke about earlier, and that's best done offline between the two parties. And what we'll do is we'll ask our county law department to reach out to you guys to talk about some practical aspects. Again, nothing we're going to be able to solve as a legislature, but this resolution will appear on our full meeting. The resolution has submitted to us by the county executive, unamended, will appear. There will be a chance to amend it then if necessary, but we're hoping between now and a week from tomorrow, we'll have some more answers as to whether or not we'll do that. Legislator, for discussion, Legislator Montgomery.
Yeah, I want to reiterate my concern is that, you know, the administration was moving toward reallocation without fully resolving the status of the existing obligation, which was for public and mental health. And that process began in February, where we were getting emails from municipal partners about how we're going to use this money that's fully in contract, an active contract, with the service provider. So I'm trying to understand how we reconcile that. Modifying the existing public health project apparently is too risky, but moving this and reallocating this ARPA funding to paving that I think is way more risky makes sense. It's not logical to me. And I am really disappointed that we were talking about moving this money from mental health to paving while we had a still open project, and none of the options or conversations with this service provider were considered to talk about alternatives. And now we're just keep talking about time. We were talking about time in February as well. We have until December. That's plenty of time for an RFP and to establish a new contract for services.
Thank you. I think since there's not going to be any decision made tonight, unless you feel something was egregiously misstated.
I wouldn't use the word egregiously.
Okay. Nuanced?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm not trying to cut you off. If you have something to help us with making a decision or not making a decision,
Well,
we'd
I
be
just
happy to hear
wanted to correct that the administration and folks, you know, associated with the administration didn't take this lightly, and there were meetings and discussions and lots of thought behind it, that's all.
Yeah, I think we're all of us, I think, are putting in we want to see where we can go with this. And again, paving is so, Tommy, it's not a matter of we hate paving. It's just, this is a significant issue, and we have money for paving. But, again, my whole thing has been, if we have public human services mission, we want to try and see how far we can go with that as far as we can. So I think everybody's trying to at least I know everybody's trying to do the right thing, so that's where we are. Seeing that there's no motion before the floor, other than perhaps a motion to adjourn, do I hear any?
Motion to adjourn.
Second, moved, all in favor? Aye. Thank you, folks. We are now going to adjourn for the Economic Development Committee meeting, which is chaired
April 27th. Please stand for the pledge, and Legislator D'Angelo, will you lead us?
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mary, can you change the,
The agenda on the screen.
Roll call, please.
Legislator Crowley. Legislator D'Angelo.
Present.
Chairwoman Russo.
Present. Okay, tonight we're going to have a discussion and an update on the Putnam County Business Council. So I'd like to call up Matt Prentice.
You sit down if you like.
Okay, well, I'm gonna do what I can to get you back on course.
Thank you.
But I don't see the green light, do I?
You just gotta push it.
Push the button.
Push the, oh my God, what
Look at
tech?
that, yeah.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I promise you, because I know most of you know me, and this can be quick, but I did think it would be useful for all of you, particularly Chairman Russo and Legislator D'Angelo, just to hear a little bit about the Putnam County Business Council, which does in fact still exist. It's been around, it's had other names before, and I'm gonna take the 1 minute, Laura, if it'd be okay, just to provide a little update.
Yes,
Okay?
please.
So the Putnam County Business Council is a purely volunteer organization, and its purpose is to be an advocate for the business community. We spend most of the year trying to be in touch with the business community in a variety of formats, and we've both added to our board. We have 2 new board members, and we've also expanded the formats through which we talk to the business community. We're going to spend most of the year continuing to talk to those people in these different formats, and towards the end of the year, produce something that looks kind of like this. This happens to be a New York State Business Council pamphlet that talks about legislative priorities, but these are the things that are on the minds of the business people we talk to. In the case of the county, because my friend Legislator Montgomery pointed this out to me, that the county really isn't the source of legislation for businesses here. It's mostly the state and the federal. So there may be opportunities for the business people to express their either support for or lack of support for various state mandates that perhaps we'd come to the county to see if we couldn't find a way to either support or voice opposition. So we accumulate, we do this pamphlet, and then we meet with you, probably not until the beginning of next year. We used to call that the round table bill. You remember the round table? Amy, you remember the round table. This is the opportunity where the findings were presented to you and we had a chance to talk about it. So I'm going to leave it at that. Nat Prentice is my name. I've been associated with this group all the way along. If Bill Nulk were here, he'd also point out that he was a founder of this particular operation. We, as I said, have 2 new board members, and we will report back to you regularly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee?
Thank you for this presentation. I talked to you a little bit last year. I think we talked a little bit, and I understood a little bit of what you were doing, so it's nice to get this breakdown. I look forward to getting that the legislative agenda packet. It's going to be nice.
Well,
Jake, for ways to improve.
We'll do what we said we do. We'll get you on our podcast.
Oh, great.
We said we were going to do that.
Well, I've had Amy. Amy was a lot of trouble on it.
Amy was a star on them. And Bill's been on. I mean, so yes, Jake, we're happy to do that. We're just trying to be of some use to you in gather and not duplicate what's already done by the EDC or the IDA or the tourism department. We're trying to be additive to that.
Thank you. Any other legislators? Legislator Montgomery?
I will be so looking forward to that update, and it might be good timing for the NISAC conference where they propose resolutions to the legislature, the state legislature. So they do have an economic development committee, I think, with NISAC.
So Nancy, when would that be? What's
it's usually the fall.
Oh, the fall one?
They have a fall conference.
So we should get this to you before then.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can share with you what they've done as far as economic development resolutions to the state in the past. You can find it on their website, it's really great.
Okay.
And it's a great resource
Good.
for model legislation and what to advocate for or
Right.
not, or what you want to tell the state not to do or do. We like that. We're doing a lot of that tonight.
That's good, thank you for, that's a good, that is a
NISAC
good timing hint. We'll do-
NISAC.org.
We'll do that.
Any other legislators? Any comments from the public? Okay, thanks for coming in. We appreciate it.
Great.
Thank
Lovely to
you.
see you. See you again in a month or two.
Thank you, Nat.
Great, thank you.
Thanks for waiting around.
Yes, thank you for your patience, everybody. Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is Putnam County Industrial Development Agency. And we have the Executive Director, Paula Hernandez, and I apologize to Bill Nulk, who is out sick. Wishing him a speedy recovery, and hopefully he can come to the next meeting.
Thank you. I will share that with him. I know Bill is recovering nicely.
Good, thank you.
So good evening. My name, as Legislator Russo mentioned, is Paula Hernandez. I'm the part-time Executive Director at the Putnam County Industrial Development Agency. I started a little over a year ago, and we're very happy to now be fully staffed at the IDA to be able to do the jobs that Bill Nulk was doing by himself as a volunteer. First, I just wanted to thank everyone here for your continued support for our mission to advance job growth, economic prosperity, and the general welfare of Putnam County residents. I'm pleased to report that as of 2025, we have been fully staffed. And because of that, for the first time in many years, we have been able to submit our New York State Paris compliance reporting on time by March 31st to meet the deadline. And additionally, our annual audit has been completed and submitted to Commissioner Carlin. Last week, we held public hearings for the town of Southeast for 2 new projects that have come across our applications. Both of those hearings concluded with no public opposition. And this week, we'll be notifying the affected local taxing jurisdictions of our board's intention to move forward with authorizing resolutions at our May 19th board meeting. The projects are 20 Fields Lane in the town of Southeast, the Kinsley Group. It's a generator sales and distribution company currently on Guinea Road. They've outgrown their building and they are looking to expand on a 10+ acre site on Fields Lane. For them, we are considering sales tax, mortgage reporting tax, and real property tax exemptions via pilot. The second project is APAP Land Management. That's a painting and renovation firm currently split between Patterson and Ridgefield, Connecticut. This project would increase their operations in a new 10,000 square foot facility at 1912 Route 22 in the town of Southeast. And we're considering sales and real property tax exemptions via pilot as well. Our existing projects, Ahana Hospitality, which is the Comfort Inn on Peach Lake Road, A.Sandco Marketplace, and 101 and 201 Pugsley Road are all progressing very favorably. Of particular note, we met with the new owners of 101 Pugsley Road recently, and we're thrilled to report that their local workforce hiring in the Putnam County area, particularly Brewster area, has increased significantly by about 50%. So that's good. They were a 90% workforce of Connecticut residents, which made sense. They came from Connecticut. But now they're starting to hire our residents. So we're very happy about that. We remain committed, obviously, to rigorous monitoring of all of these projects as they move forth to ensure that they deliver the promised benefits to our community. And from that, I'd like to thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you for the update. There's some interesting projects, so I'm happy to see them moving forward.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any?
Yeah, I would like to say thank you for the update as well, and specifically the last business, it's great to hear that we've got such an increase in hirings of people that are local to Putnam County. It's important, to me at least, that people that live here have the opportunity to work here. So it's great that that mission's being done. So thank you.
Anyone? Legislator Regan?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Question pertaining to 201 and 101 Pugsley. It's in my territory, and those are very, very big buildings. What company was it that you were referring to?
Sage Hall is the new owner of 101 Pugsley Road. They also own Lesser Evil,
Okay,
which is the snack company that is currently housed in there.
okay.
And the owners of 101 Pugsley Road are the same, or sorry, 201 are the same owners that were before, which is Lincoln Equity.
Okay.
And they are currently still working with Newmark to try to fill the warehouse. It is still empty. It could be one business, 4 businesses, 2 businesses. It's still quite open to fill in. And they are also speaking and exploring, it's not close to being done, but it could be a purchase of the building for a single business, a light industrial that would, it would be a good fit, the IDA thinks.
Have you had the opportunity to tour those buildings? Yeah, okay.
How many days did it take you?
The representative from Newmark actually brought his bicycle because the lighting in the large building, which is almost 100,000 square feet, the lighting in the large building is motion sensor. So he had to ride his bike through the building in order to turn the lights on. And they only stayed on for 15 minutes, so back on the bike.
It's good exercise.
Yeah.
Thank you for the update.
Any other legislators? Legislator at any?
Thank you. In regards to Pugsley Road, there was a lot of talk at one point, and everyone said no. Amazon was, people were saying that. Is there any possibility?
Nope.
No.
Okay. We could not, the town itself, with the ordinances, we couldn't.
Well, I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Legislator Montgomery?
Thank you. Do you guys have minutes on your agenda?
Absolutely.
You will be doing that? I'm on the, sorry, that's I see marches, sorry.
We did not have our last meeting, it was canceled.
I saw that, thank you.
No problem, but yes, everything should be on the website. We try to get that up within about a week, if we can.
Thank you. Legislator Crowley?
Sorry for being late. I know for a while there, some constituents were asking about trees or different ways of maybe blocking the large building. Is there any hopes or any design or anything coming our way that maybe would be in the future for some of the constituents so that it wasn't so
obvious?
Yeah, obvious.
There's nothing that I'm aware of.
Nothing?
Sorry.
Okay, all right.
And just a way to dive deep into the projects, thank you. Sorry.
You're good?
Yeah.
Anyone else? Any questions from the audience? Okay, thanks for coming. We appreciate it. Send Bill our best wishes.
Will do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paula.
Thank you.
All right, number 5 on the agenda is an approval for memorialization of New York State Senator Rolison's proposed utility tax holiday, an amendment put on by Legislator Gouldman. You want to give us a little update?
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. I'd like to thank the Economic Development Committee for putting this on the agenda. We've all received calls from residents complaining to us about their utility bills, that they're just too high. In many conversations, that's really the conversation of the day. That's all we're talking about. We had a bad winter, very cold winter, which increased utility costs, and we're going into the summer, which will also increase utility costs. The utility costs in Putnam County and throughout Hudson Valley are just too high. Senator Rolison added an amendment to a bill that would give all of us a tax holiday on our utility bills. This amendment was rejected and not passed. The state legislature has done this before, though. In 2022, when gas prices were over $5 a gallon, the state legislature acted and eliminated taxes on gasoline. We also did that here in Putnam County. But for some reason, now they don't want to do anything like that. Actually, they're doubling down on the mandates that are causing our utility bills to skyrocket. State Senator Rolison's bill would suspend the gross receipts tax, the sales tax, the systems benefit charge, the temporary state assessment, the increment state assessment charge, and the renewable portfolio standard charge for 1 year. Most people don't pay attention to these charges. They just know they have a very large utility bill. By eliminating these taxes for a year, it's going to save a lot of money for each resident who pays a utility bill in Putnam County. But now, all of our bills are going through the roof. And the state really needs to do an immediate action to help the residents of Putnam County and the Hudson Valley to save money. This is really common sense, and it should be done now. We need to speak to our constituents. We have to speak for our constituents and advocate for them on these high taxes. The state legislature, at the end, is not doing anything, and they end their session in the beginning of June. So if this is done, it must be done now. I ask the people who are watching this on television to please reach out to the majority of the state legislature and tell them we can't afford our utility bills anymore, and they must pass this to the state legislature. I also hope that this committee votes to pass this on to the full legislative meeting for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Gouldman. Any questions from the committee or comments?
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to say thank you, Legislator Gouldman, for putting this in front of us. It's very disappointing and troubling to me that the Democrats in Albany refuse to do anything to address the cost of living and the cost of energy right now. Obviously, tax on energy is really the least of our problems. The cost of energy to begin with is really an issue, but anything helps. And I'd even like to see them, or us maybe even send a resolution urging them to reopen Indian Point. That'll really actually help lower utility costs.
Thank you.
I agree with the sentiments of Legislator D'Angelo. I would like to agree with the reopening of Indian Point amongst many other things to make things more affordable here, especially the rising electric bills and people deciding if they're going to pay for medication or, you know, they can keep their lights on. So it's really becoming problematic and a very sad state.
Thank you. I want to thank Legislator Gouldman for bringing this to the committee. I am in full support. I thank you. Every day I get text, emails, phone calls, Facebook notices from residents saying, what can I do? Who can I contact? And it's almost become another full-time job. So I thank you and I appreciate it. Any other legislators? All right, hearing none. Any public comment? Okay. So I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have another approval, number 6, a resolution opposing Senate Bill S5506 and the Assembly Bill A89378, Energy Storage Systems, brought forth by Legislator Sayegh. Would you like to give us an update?
Thank you, Chairwoman Russo. I brought this forward at the request of my town supervisor. The town of Carmel unanimously passed a resolution opposing the Senate Bill S5506 and Assembly Bill A8378. This relates to zoning, and it would allow the state to override local zoning in the state of New York. In my town, there was a proposed battery storage facility that was proposed on a private property. It needed to get town board approval, it needed to get planning approval. It's a dangerous setup in a residential area. And what the state of New York is proposing to do, if passed, the legislation would shift the permitting authority for battery storage facilities to state-run offices, and this would mean that developers or large-scale battery projects could bypass local planning boards and receive approval directly from the state. I personally don't want the state placing a battery storage facility in my backyard. I think our towns and our villages and our municipalities know better where to store energy storage, and I would not want more regulations from the state of New York on our local municipalities. So I think it's important that we keep our local home rule and our planning for our towns up to our towns. So I did speak with our assemblyman on this, and I know it still has not passed in Albany at this point, but he did tell me that any support that we can get to oppose this is welcome. And so with that, I'd just like to put that forward to the committee for their consideration.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And I agree that I think it should be at the local level and not the state level. So I do support this. Any other legislators have a question? Committee?
Yeah, Legislator Sage, thanks for putting this forward. I know this was a big issue in the town of Carmel. I remember the specific incident or instance you were speaking of. I think it's no secret that these battery energy storage system facilities pose serious public safety risks, and I think there's a lack of long-standing expertise and knowledge as it pertains to these certain facilities, and I think that our community certainly spoken out against it, and it's our duty to represent them and make sure our voice gets sent up to Albany, and tell them we don't want this here. So thank you.
I do agree as well. This was an ongoing issue for a very long time. It did not just affect Carmel residents, it affected Somers residents, and it was a long fight. But it did prevail, and during that time, I think we saw some pretty catastrophic fires that happened in surrounding counties that people were not prepared to put out when it went on for days, and it wasn't going to benefit us either. The energy that was there was not going to benefit the residents here in Putnam County, and there's a lot that it was not appropriate for us, and I know Carmel worked very hard on this, Somers worked very hard on this, the constituents of both towns worked very hard on this, and it's appropriate for us, especially myself and Legislator Sage, thank you for bringing this up, and the others that represent those towns, but not only county, for us to stand by the people who spoke very loudly, took a lot of time out of their day to advocate for this.
Yeah, I would just say too is big government is not good. It's bad, and anytime you have just on principle a bill up at the state level authorizing being able to overrule local zoning ordinances and codes, that's bad, especially when it's something that poses a serious credible risk. I mean, it's not conspiracy theory. It really isn't a very safe thing, especially when people don't exactly know how to handle situations. So I look forward to voting yes on this.
Thank you. Legislator Sage?
Thank you. Just as an additional, when this project was proposed in Carmel, in my town, I did reach out to the developer. I reached out to the company that was going to be installing these battery projects in that property, and I reached out to our Office of Emergency Services, and I set up a meeting. I facilitated a meeting between the emergency services and this particular company, because I needed to know as a resident what that means to our emergency response here in Putnam County, because we can't be left out. You know, municipalities can advocate or not, but on the county level, I wanted to advocate for safety, and I facilitated that meeting, and I don't think we're ready for that here in Putnam County. And that just adds another additional problem to our Office of Emergency Services. So I just wanted to point that one out as well.
Thank you. Any other legislators? Any comment from the public? Come on up. And your name in the little book, and give us your name for the record.
Cassandra Roth, Patterson Pauling. I don't know, I'm going to do this after because I'm going to be up again. I don't know, we're actually going to be hopefully talking about this at our soil and water meeting to do this as well, to oppose this as well. I think there's a lot of really good points that you guys made, one of them being home rule, but another one being the loss of agricultural land. A lot of these battery and solar facilities are going 12 feet into the ground. And the contracts that are made from people who don't know, farmers are just saying, okay, because I'm being squeezed out by taxes or what have you, only say they have to remove 6 feet. So what happens to the other 6 feet? And so then these solar companies will end up, over time, they go bankrupt. Who's left? The farmer with land that's no longer usable. So there's a lot of soil and water departments that we've talked to, soil and water conservation districts, sorry, it's a habit now, that have really seen the impact this has on local land use. Once their farmland is damaged beyond repair, it does not come back. In Putnam County especially, we have talked about soils a lot, right? And it was 96% of this land base is not prime farmland soil. So that's only 4% of the entire land base in this county is categorized as prime agricultural land. That is the most expensive land because it's flat, it's drainage, it's great for condos too, right? And that's why it becomes that valuable portion that goes away. So I am very against ORES in every way I can personally say so. I think they take away a lot. They have authority over DEC. I think making sure that local town governments along with local soil and water districts have the ability to case-by-case basis actually weigh in on that before land that is lost forever is lost. So I really appreciate you guys doing this. It was a surprise bonus. I didn't know this on the agenda. And hopefully our Soil and Water Conservation District Board will take this up as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to end by saying that I don't live in the town of Carmel. I'm a little farther away in Patterson, but I was there supporting all the residents and people from the town, the different schools and daycares, you know, opposing this because I feel there, you know, it's detrimental to everything. So I thank you for bringing this forward, and I'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 7 is an unemployment report. There was an increase in unemployment. It's about a 1% increase from the end of 2025 to February. It'll be, you know, a couple more months before we have more current data, but it was nice to hear that our friends on Pugsley Road are trying to employ more of our Putnam County residents.
Very good.
Yeah.
Great, yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
Legislator Sage.
That's a really good point, Chairman Russo. I was at a ribbon cutting over the weekend for a small business on the Maybrook Bikeway-Village border, and they hire 100 employees from our area, and they provide over $7 million worth of sales in this area. So our small businesses are the backbone of our community, and if we can encourage these businesses to expand and move to our area, they're going to hire a lot more people. This was just one small business that hires 100 people. It's a fence company.
Yeah,
but anyway, it's just so important, and we need to be cognizant of that.
Legislator Montgomery?
I think that 1% increase is notable and significant. It's at 3.8%, which is the highest it's been in over a year. And I think a contributing factor is workforce and people leaving Putnam County. So we just don't have the workforce either because people are leaving.
Absolutely.
Mostly workforce people are leaving because they can't afford to live here.
Any other comments from
There's
any
no services.
legislators? Anyone from the public? All right, that was just an FYI. Other business, seeing none, I will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everyone, for coming.
I would like to call to order the Audit and Administration Committee meeting on April 27th. I would like to ask Legislator Regan to do the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Legislator Regan.
Present.
Legislator Russo.
Present.
Chairwoman Crowley.
Present. I am going to make a motion to go out of order. I think everybody here has been pretty patient this evening, so if we can get some of the department heads out of here, if that's okay with the committee, that would be great. So I'm going to go to item 5F. We have 5F.
Through the chair, just for the record, was there a second for your motion to go out
Oh,
of
yeah.
order?
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner?
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Would you care to rein on us some of your,
Well, 5.8 was
5F,
No, 5F,
yeah,
that was discussed in physical. We're
Yep.
basically zeroing out the county soil and water budget and transferring that employee to DPW.
okay. Does anybody have any questions on this matter? Any other legislators? Anybody from the public? Okay, I'm gonna move 5F. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. I'm gonna kick you to the curb for a second. I'm gonna call up Commissioner Barosa if you don't mind.
No.
But you're also, that's a budgetary too, so you're kind of,
Okay. I'll
it's,
sit
you know,
next to
it's a duo. So, I'm gonna make a motion to go out of order again and involve item 17, or agenda item 17, which is approval for budgetary transfer 26T101. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And it's also gonna be Stephanie too. Do you want to work on that one? Or do you want to go one at a time? Okay. All right.
Yeah, number 17.
So this is the approval of budgetary transfer 26T101 finance support of the Ag Navigation Program. We have here that it's going to be $25,000. Actually, I can let you guys speak on this.
So this is actually a request from Cornell. I was just here to lend support, so I would actually recommend the director, Cornell.
So we received a letter back on the 16th as per the request that was made out of, I think it's physical, right? Is that physical that it moved out of?
Rules.
Rules, I apologize, rules, yes, out of rules, and Stephanie, the director of Cornell, sent in a letter giving the agricultural navigation responsibilities and everything that we had asked for. Would you like to go over any further about the responsibilities that the money is being transferred will?
If there are questions, I'm happy to elaborate if anybody, through the chair. Otherwise, I think we discussed it at
length,
nauseum at the last meeting.
Okay, so this is not a position, this is
No,
responsibilities that are now being handled by Cornell Cooperative as a contract that we have with the county, which you guys do quite often.
Correct.
Any questions from the committee? Legislator Regan.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'd like to call back for clarification, please, because I believe I saw communication from Legislator Montgomery objecting to this answer. Am I incorrect about that? One of the answers that was provided for us seems contrary to what we were told previously in the meeting. Can I ask?
So can we?
If I can, through the chair.
She
answer
can
that.
fill me in on
Yeah, I was gonna let you ask your questions first and then have Legislator Montgomery speak.
We discussed at length at the Agricultural Board meeting earlier this month, and the Ag Board provided their letter in regard to this allocation, and in those discussions, it was determined that they are not in favor of this position reviewing agricultural district applications. And then we actually discussed it at length at the last committee meeting, Rules Committee meeting, and we determined also, we went around and everyone said, okay, so this person is not going to review ag district applications. But when we got the backup, it's still in there.
Can I, so I actually find it to be more of a conflict of interest for a legislator who sits in on the board, on the Ag Board, and then who votes on it in committee, and at the final to be more of a conflict of, if the legislative meeting be more of a conflict of interest, then I do define the person or persons who is maintaining these tasks.
I'm not talking about, we as a committee, in the Rules Committee, and the reason it was forwarded to the Audit Committee was because they were taking that task out. the Ag District Board decided as a board to take that task out. So I am on that board to represent the legislature. So I don't know where this conflict of interest is coming, but
I just said that, I said I felt like personally that I felt like a legislator would have more conflict of interest when you're sitting on the board and voting.
we're not talking about a conflict with anybody, we're just talking about that task being removed, and we all decided it would be.
Birmingham?
I think she's talking about me.
I'm not specifically you, anybody who holds that,
No,
I feel like they have more
Yeah.
of a conflict.
Yeah.
Because they are voting essentially on the end game and also going out and visiting. So let's say they don't get along, or let's say there's an issue there, which we've seen in the past, that has come about. So I feel like there's more of a conflict actually between the legislator who has voting power and then making the final vote than somebody who is.
Oh, you're not talking about the Cornell board?
I'm not talking about, no,
Oh, I
not
thought
at
you were
all.
talking
I was
about-
talking,
okay,
I
I'm
was
sorry.
talking about the ag,
We wear a lot of
ag
hats.
board,
We
because
wear a lot of
in the past, this is my personal opinion, in the past, we've seen a lot of things that have happened. And I think a legislator sitting on, and Nancy, this is, I'm not gonna read, this is not.
Well, I'm not sure why you didn't answer my emails when I brought it up. We could have discussed it, but
Well, we
the
can discuss it
conflict-
now too, but I also got a letter from most of the ag boards saying they were happy with what they received. And I spoke to a lot of them, and they were all happy with the allocations of what they were seeing here. There were a couple of people that were not, but we did discuss it here, but
Did we not discuss it in the Ag Board meeting and take that task out?
If I may, I think Legislator Montgomery is speaking directly about the language of intake, which I don't think is in this. I don't think we call it intake. I think that was taken out. The task of advising farmers that there is the ability to apply to the ag district has been left in, but that's not directly conflicting with the application itself. It's just
giving advice, which they can do through many different wonderful facilities and programs that we now have throughout the county that are doing well.
So the ag navigation would basically be general. It wouldn't be directly working with the ag board, which I think was the issue. It would not be the technical advisor to the board, if that makes sense.
Could I think I might know where some of the rub might be here. Again, if you take a look at the first bullet there, and coordinating agriculture and farmland protection board activities, that might give almost, in a connotation, almost like a supervisory role for this ag, I don't know what we're calling it now, ag navigator or what have you. So I think the importance from this legislative standpoint is that this board is a legislative board, and that anything that, it was my understanding at a Rules Committee meeting that a lot of the, or if not a lot of, all of the activities that this person would be doing, or this position would be doing, would be independent agricultural activities that Cornell has historically and wonderfully done over its 70, almost 65-year history here in Putnam. I think we might want to tread carefully if we're going to start having coordination activities or any sort of role where an outside agency like Cornell would coordinate activities of a separate county board. You're right, I don't see the initial question a lot of us had where there was a question as to whether the person or the position that would be approving ag board applications as a member of the ag board would also be the person helping them be completed. And that, I don't think that's anywhere here. But I think the coordination of AFPB initiatives gives almost like a in my mind, gives almost like a supervisory or certainly a coordination role that might be counter to, or at least not complementary of, an independent board that answers to the legislature. And I think that's where some of the, and it just might be an issue of just taking out that phrase.
Legislator Birmingham, though,
Yeah.
in the past, the initiatives that have come from Cornell Cooperative, like the seedling program,
Mhm.
right? That's been brought up for years.
No, the seedling program was
was now being,
it's a soil and water conservation.
now it is, but it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
It was
always.
Is always
Yeah.
soil and water?
Always.
Because I thought the old person, Cassandra, come on up,
Can I
because
just
if your
help?
hand goes up
I wanna
any
save
higher.
you guys some time on clarity, and I know very
Go ahead.
brief, just to describe the differences, like support Cornell, love Cornell, okay? I want to say that as clearly as I can. The question is the language. I have personally, by the way, never seen the memo that came to you from the Ag Board that I sit on. I have not seen that, so I don't know the language of that. But I do know from what I've heard that it was to support Cornell's programs, its existing agricultural support and programs. Yes. It was not to muddy the waters, to my understanding and to my personal belief, to duplicative roles, right? Where you're supporting, doing things for the Ag Board, working on behalf of the Ag Board. The Ag Board will work with Cornell the same way. If the Ag Board comes to soil and water, we say sure, you know? So that is always built into my, at least with soil and water, I assume it is with Cornell, because of farmland protection implementation grants and programs, but that's not even this year. They haven't even released the grant fully for this year. So those taskings for implementation were already agreed upon back in 2004, forever ago, the last time it was done. And so just to be very careful in that wording, where the Ag Board is this legislature's advisory board, the legislature's advisory board. Very simple. If it starts to become collusion with other county departments, other different portions, just understand the Ag Board, the Protection Farmland Ag Board, is for this legislature. Whatever the language says, everyone on our Ag Board supports agricultural programs, agricultural education, getting them in front of people that can give them grants, that give them resources. But to make sure that everyone stays separate of the Ag District process and program. Because if any of us on the board walk people individually through how to do stuff, I've already heard that that's a bad time. We're not doing that. We can do administrative edits, things like that. That is it. If anybody outside, I don't want that person or other people at Cornell to get into the middle of the scrambled egg of, well, they told me to write this on my application, and then they're going to be mad at Cornell. We don't want that. So just to clarify that language, you guys all talked about it last time, Ag District, staying out of it, like seedling sale, we work in collaboration with Cornell. So it's not that nobody wants the help. Everybody wants the help. I want them to get support. But I do want you guys to know fully well, make sure that it is, if it says it's for the Ag Board, the Ag Board is in entirety. I don't know what that entails. I don't know what we've requested from them. We would love their support, but in a controlled way where it's not Ag District, and it's, you know, we love their help when we ask, figure out what those things are, but I don't even think we've set up specific programs and things like that that we'd ask for. And I don't know, you know, a lot of this said the Farmland Protection Implementation Grant. That's not this year. So that's something to be considered for next year, perhaps. Sure, Soil and Water would love some county contribution to help out with that too. But like, that's the meat and potatoes to, hopefully, that gets rid of a lot of the conversation that was starting to go in sideways.
So to make a point of, the Ag Board does report to the legislature. They have different tasks established by the state. One of them is education, as Ms. Roth pointed out. However, the board is comprised of volunteers and people such as myself who have other work to do that can't dedicate full time to helping the farming community. This role, I think the list that was given was supposed to be comprehensive enough that we could allow them to help the farming community without hamstringing them. It's not meant to take over for the Ag Board. It's meant to assist the community.
And it can always be changed as we go. This is the new position that we would be, sorry,
Zone
can you,
position?
no, I apologize. It's not position. we're changing the funding from the USDA grant, and now it's funding this navigation responsibility for Activity Foster for agriculture. So it can be added upon and changed at any time, but I think we've gone through a lot in the past couple of years, growing pains included, and I know Mr. Burrows is working on the farming plan too, right? That you.
Whenever the grant becomes available.
Right,
it
you
still
have
hasn't
that,
been
and
updated.
a lot going on in your department, so I don't see a problem with this being something that's looked at on a year-to-year basis to see what's working, what's not working, you know, if, as grants change, as money changes, as things are allocated, things are sent down from the state every year differently, to go over, but I would like to hear more from the committee and from the other legislators. I'm gonna let Legislator D'Angelo speak first, because he hasn't spoken yet.
Well, so it's a question through the chair for anybody's, so is some of the hang up that I'm hearing, that the Cornell Cooperative Extension, that they have a voting seat on the Ag Board, and now this language will allow them to coordinate initiatives for that board. Is that what I think some of the?
So there's a Cornell, somebody from Cornell that's always been on there. There's been soil and water that's been on there, a legislator that's been on there, Barb has been on there, Trish McLaughlin from Real Taxes is on there from the county, and I think that's six farmers, and then somebody, one person or two people from the Grange. I think it's one from the Grange.
Zero.
Nobody's required from the Grange? Okay, okay. So I apologize. So that's who comprises, so you do have a good amount of county people, because this is a board that's made up for the legislature to approve and go over ag applications that are coming up to us next month.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Right, did I?
Well, let's go with it and maybe revisit it.
Okay, Legislator Sage.
So, thank you, Chairwoman. So when we discussed this in the Rules Committee, it was my impression that this position would be
Opposition.
Specifically for, I mean, there's several bullet points that really made clear what and even as a resource for the county and for county departments to refer people, especially in planning, to to this navigation position, this agriculture, to Cornell Cooperative. And that's what I felt this should be, without stepping on the toes of the Ag Board. I think the first bullet point is absolutely spot on, coordinating the AFPB initiative, supporting implementation of Farmland Protection Plan, and aligning efforts across county departments and partners, which I think is spot on. The second one is a little mucky to me. Conducting farmer outreach, absolutely. Facilitating access to funding and technical resources, absolutely. But assisting, inspiring farmers to correctly file an application, I would have to say I would say conducting farmer outreach, facilitating access to funding and technical resources, referring to the Ag Board to correctly and efficiently file applications. I don't think it should be the Cornell Cooperative's job to fill out the application with the farmer. I would think that would be a referral position. You can refer to the Ag Board to fill it out. The next bullet point is, again, spot on, advancing agricultural economic development, strengthening local food systems, perfect. Agritourism, that's hugely important. That's excellent. Reviewing agricultural policies and local laws. This is where we get into the legislature again. In consultation with the law department, okay. To support economic viability and long-term sustainability of farming for consideration by the legislature. I mean, those local laws and policies in Putnam County should be under the purview of the legislature to pass or not to pass. Certainly anybody can come
So
to us.
that actually pertains to planning. I get 239 referrals for zoning changes, and sometimes it affects agriculture. So
that would be more, I would love to see that more specific to planning or,
On that one to amend, if we amend sustainability of farming for consideration of the planning department.
I
It doesn't, but it doesn't really take off the weight that's on planning shoulders, which is an issue too, right?
It's still my referral.
It's your referral, so it's either way, it's not, it doesn't
No, but I
affect you?
think it's someone to get technical advice from. if we
Right,
do that.
so,
For the planning department, so that's, okay. I mean, I can see that, as long as it helps the planning department.
right.
But
so
local
it's
laws
taking
and
off
policies are still under the purview of the legislature, and they would have to go through
Planning,
planning to the legislature, because if you have a local law proposal, it would have to be approved here, wouldn't it?
Well, it's the town and village local laws.
Okay.
That are
Okay.
required.
so it's doing, they're
So
doing
that's
the
more-
research to help you get what you need to,
Yes.
right, so they're doing the research and that kind of stuff.
And then the final bullet point, tracking outcomes and preparing and presenting an annual agricultural navigation report, communicating findings with the administration and partners, and providing occasional testimony to the county legislature on matters related to agricultural and board activities. To me, that seems to be in conflict with the board, the Ag Board. I would think those would be Ag Board activities. How would that differ from the Ag Board?
It wouldn't, because that person would be on the ag board as well, so they're, I had two, sorry. So that person sits on the ag board too, and then could report to the chair, right? And the chair could,
You're giving one board member more power than the rest of the board, I'm guessing. I'm just wondering how that would, how that.
Heather?
First I'll go to Michelle and then I'll go.
I was just going to mention that once, I guess, you approve all of these bullets, a resolution will be made. And then once the funding's in place and the resolution's passed, the contract will be amended. So then you'll have all these bullets in the contract. And that's what Cornell will be abiding to.
Right.
So then, if it gets approved in the budget next year, you could add more or
take away.
Just so you know that she'll have to abide by whatever's in this resolution, and then we amend the contract to list all the items that she'll.
Okay.
And through the chair, and I think this item was taken out, but just for clarity, if the person from Cornell is serving to function in a forward-facing manner to advise the public, then it would be inappropriate for them to similarly advise the legislature. That would be appropriate.
Yes.
So I just want to, I don't know what the final language was, because it seems there's been several things done, so I just want to make that clear.
Yes, Legislator Regan.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So to the points that we just discussed right there, in the language that I'm reading right here with these bullet points, none of them sound contractual in nature where they actually define functions. These are general terms: coordinating, advancing, reviewing, okay, I'll give you that one, tracking. So I'm not sure how I would see how that would translate it to, but I'll bring it back to admitting that probably having the least amount of experience when it comes to the ag district here in the legislature. I'm bothered by this. Last month, we discussed this transfer of money, whether it was a function, job, whatever you want to call it. Objections were raised, and we're still here debating it. We're moving at the speed of government. So I'm disillusioned by the fact that an issue, we talked about this, the objections seem to be noted, and it doesn't seem to be resolved. There still seems to be objections out there. Thank you, gentlemen.
Chair.
Legislator.
Legislator
Or Dan.
I was just going to say Dan.
Or Dan. Dan is, I prefer Dan. Yeah, I think part of the rub here is that, and to echo what Michelle was just saying, these bullet points are kind of fleshing out what the role of the contract will be, and of course the purpose of the money to be given will be, and that'll be set forth in a contract. These bullet points are going to be coming as part of what the contract will look like. And I think, even if we look at the last bullet, and I think, was it Tony or I think it was Amy who brought it up, the last one, provide testimony to the county legislators on matters related to agriculture, okay. but then and board activities. See, that kind of puts a
Managerial.
well, it puts a step in between, or a level in between us and our board that we appoint. And I'd rather free up this person's tasks to not have to worry about, I'd rather free up this person's time or this position's time to not be the go-between between us and the board to tell us what the board's activities are, because we have a board for that, and we have the chair of the board that would relay the board's activities to us. And for instance, like the first bullet too, coordinating Farmland Protection Board initiatives. What would that include, Stephanie? How did you envision that?
Could you repeat?
Sure, of course. In your, oh no, I'm sorry. In your letter, and by the way, thank you for doing this. I mean, I know it sounds like we're ungrateful, but we are very grateful for your assistance with this.
That's not my perception at
Okay.
all.
The first bullet talks about coordinating AFPB initiatives, and I kind of thought we were getting to the point at the rules meeting where there was almost like a delineation between what this 25,000 would be for, again, those traditional Cornell agricultural activities, and separate and apart and not related to the Farmland Protection Board activities. So I was just curious, in light of the conversation we had at the rules meeting, do you see where the disconnect I'm getting? I feel a little, not whipsawed, but I heard one thing and I'm seeing something else.
No, I hear your concern, and I certainly understand what you're saying. I think that the thought process of my own, and it's been a little while since, is the fact that having one person, because just having one person kind of just be the point person from the board, who may, because it is a board of volunteers, take the extra time to do the research and or put a program together, and maybe even just as a draft, and then bring back to the Ag and Farmland Protection Board for activities instead of, I mean, I guess I was just thinking one point person to kind of pull everything together to have things run a bit more smoothly and perhaps swiftly than in previous years.
Okay. I'm almost done. It's
She's the chair.
Thank you.
I
appreciate that.
No, I was just reclaiming my time. That's all I was doing.
You're fine, it wasn't you.
How dare you?
Thank you.
I'm joking. No.
And it is very general.
Yeah, I think this is different from what I envisioned at the Rules Committee meeting. And as it is now, I know I'm not on the committee, but if this does advance that, well, I guess it already advanced out of rules, and we'll get a resolution in final form.
Could advance in concept, and just hear me out, I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's fine.
It could advance in concept, correct? We've done that before.
We have.
And then there has to be a contract drawn up, right? And there has to be a budgetary and a contract, correct?
But we're not part of the contract portion of that. That's where this is our last bite at the apple on Tuesday, a week from tomorrow. So that's why I think I want to try and further define.
So I have a proposal, and this is what I would like to make, because I feel like we've been doing a lot of this going back to the drawing board. And this is my proposal, and the worst thing that's going to happen is what? It's not going to pass at the full. I am going to ask. Well, right.
We could always bring it back. You know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So I was going to say, if we pass it in concept tonight, if they can, the two of them can get, or Stephanie can get together and write more along the lines of the Rules Committee, what the navigation aspects are, and leaving out the providing occasional testimony to the county legislator on matters related to the Ag and Board activities. I crossed that out. I did one for consideration of planning and the legislature. If you want to get together and talk tomorrow, if everybody would like to get together and talk so that they do have the funding to do this, and we can pass it in concept tonight and see what comes before us at the full, and then if not, we can figure it out to bring it back to either rules and/or physical?
Yeah, I mean, of course,
I
it's your committee, it's a three people's committee, but what I think in addition to supplement that, if we touch anything about the scope of duties of this program, and if we touch in any way the Agriculture and Farmland Protection Board, I think that board would need to have input in drafting our resolution as well. It might even be, and I'm not saying this is a compromise, but to the extent requested by the AFPB, provide initiatives, to the extent requested, so that they're kind of in the driver's seat with respect to their universe of their portfolio.
This person isn't overseeing them.
No,
We
but
want everybody to have fair equity on the board, correct? So that's the whole purpose.
We do, but the board, if see, this is different from what I heard at the Rules Committee meeting. The AFPB wasn't going to be any part of this program from the Rules Committee, so now if we're bringing it back in, I think it should be an option for the AFPB if they want to, and again, it would have to be up to you whether or not you're going to give that option, because you're the executive director, I was going to say department head, executive director of, so if AFPB said, hey, we'd like this position to help coordinate this particular initiative, but you would also have the right to say, you know, this person's jammed up on the 4-H, or, you know, on the 4-H showcase.
Another initiative.
Right. But I wouldn't want the converse to be true, where this program position would say, well, this is a new initiative for the AFPB, take it or leave it AFPB. I want the AFPB to be in the driver's seat with respect to anything in their portfolio. And I'd be happy to give the $25,000 for that type of coordination, as opposed to a contract that we have with Cornell that gets into the territory of AFPB without AFPB saying it's okay.
Understood.
That's just my thought out there, because we're not part of the contract writing. This is our last bite today and wait for tomorrow. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're out.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to respectfully disagree with the proposal on passing in concept, in as much as fool me once, shame on you, right? Fool me twice, won't get fooled again, like George W. Bush once said. The concept here was discussed last month, and now we're talking about possibly negotiating contract language. And while I'm no expert in commenting on that, what I've seen here time and time again is any contract negotiation is ongoing, and
But we won't.
it's subject to change. We would pass in concept.
Well, no, we would have, for the full, we would have the actual language. That's what I'm requesting. If we pass it in concept, I'm suggesting, hold on, suggesting. If we pass it tonight, to have the actual language changed to meet what was discussed in the rules and this meeting this evening, and go from there. Not the contract. We have nothing to do with the contract. That is not our part.
Understood.
What I'm saying is, let them have another shot to write this again, get it to us as soon as possible. We can give back whatever, I know Legislator Montgomery had sent an email the other day. I apologize for not getting back to you. Her parts that she wanted changed, and then at the full, we all have a chance to look at it and see if it's something that meets the criteria or it doesn't. Because realistically, we're coming upon the months where it gets very busy. There's a lot going on, and it is the time of, you know, everything's coming in. Barb, you have a lot coming in for you. Cornell's got a lot of their big things going on, and I'm sure they could use somebody that would help in both departments. That's a suggestion. Legislator Regan?
Interestingly enough, we were discussing issues just like that earlier this evening about press for time, seasonal awareness, and so forth and so on. I think the idea of passing in concept is a dangerous precedent to set. Imagine if we did that with so many different issues.
We do.
Well, we shouldn't. And that's what I'm suggesting here, is that if this proposal is something that we're being asked to vote in the positive or the affirmative on, I'd like to see it in its corrected and final manner. Thank you. That's my 2 cents.
Any other legislators? No?
Come on, man.
Brett Yaris?
Wow.
Well, I could see his excitement on his face. He just didn't need his arm up. And you spoke already, Cassandra. I gotta get, round
Thank you.
robin.
Thank you very much. Brett Yaris, Carmel Hamlin, and the Vice Chair of Putnam County Soil and Water Conservation District Board. I just want to clarify a couple of things. One, I think unequivocally, it should be noted that Cornell provides a vital and extremely important service to Putnam County across a multitude of things. This is not in any way a reflection or a conversation necessarily about Cornell, but this is a conversation about is that, as was correctly stated, that the process for agriculture in Putnam County has been slow, has been dysfunctional, and has been problematic. It was this legislature that went multiple years without approving any farms to the Ag District against the advice of your Agricultural Farmland Protection Board. It was this legislature that removed the chairperson of that board, only creating further dysfunction and chaos. It was this soil and water, while it was under the purview of the county and this government, the Soil and Water Conservation District, that was also a major contributor to the dysfunction and to the slowness and speed at which this happened. Those things have been corrected. Many of you who were here last year know that I came before you time and time again, and I begged you to listen to the advice of your Ag Board. The Ag Board now has a chair. The Ag Board is a functioning board. The Soil and Water District now has a full functioning board that is properly and statutorily put together. We are actively hiring a district technician that performs many of the things here.
The Ag Board did write a letter, though, in favor of this.
I crafted that letter. And the reality is that what we wrote in that letter is not what you see before you here today. In fact, we crafted that letter with specific language that we were in favor of the expansion of existing educational programs. That's what that letter says verbatim. Because when we crafted that letter in an Ag Board meeting, and I was there, I attended as vice chair in place of the chair who could not attend, and Barb was there as well. There's a video of it. I would like you guys to request it and watch it. I asked the Cornell employee at the time directly, will these functions overlap with existing soil and water functions? The answer was no. It was emphatic. I asked directly, will these functions overlap with existing Ag District responsibilities of the Ag Board or Soil and Water? The answer was no. It was emphatic. Legislator Montgomery was there as well. At the time we were told no, we then drafted the letter that was then sent to you. And that is where this gets a little frustrating. I also came before you at the Rules Committee meeting on April 14th. There's also a video of that. I encourage you to please watch it, because I bring up those exact things again. I explain why I am in favor of the letter that was sent to you, and I am in favor of Cornell getting this $25,000. And I explicitly said at that time, because it was said in the Ag Board meeting that it would not interfere with soil and water responsibilities, and it would not touch the Ag District or interfere with Ag Board responsibilities, that I was in favor of this moving forward, because Cornell desperately needs this money to do the vital things that it does. I returned, in that video, I turned repeatedly to both Commissioner Barosa and Trish McLaughlin, who was sitting here. At no time did anything I say was it objected to, was I contradicted. In fact, it was confirmed. And then to see what is before you today be a complete contradiction to both what was said in the Ag Board meeting and what was said here in that meeting on April 14th. Again, this is all on video. I encourage you to please watch it. What this only adds to the ongoing dysfunction and chaos that has surrounded the agricultural community in Putnam County for far too long. We were on our way to fixing it. Cornell is a massive part of fixing it, and they should be. But when we talk about coordinating Ag Board initiatives and having this person report to the legislature on behalf of the Ag Board, we have a chair. The Ag Board has a chair. The Ag Board is your board. It is not the executive's board, the executive branch's board. This is what I said to you last July. I said it to you in August. I said it to you in October. This is your board. And so I am 100% in favor, as what our letter from the Ag Board said to you, that any expansion of the educational programs and agriculture outreach that Cornell can do is for the better of not just farms, but for Putnam County as a whole. But what I'm seeing in these bullet points is not only was it not discussed, we were told emphatically that those things would not be included, any interference with the Ag District or the Ag Board itself. So as you go back to discuss
Maybe use
this,
the word overlap.
I'm sorry?
I'm not telling overlap as opposed to interference, because I don't think none of that was intended.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to edit you, but
You're fine.
I just don't want to hear the word interference, because that
I want
sounds,
to be very clear.
overlap.
There
might
is
be
no
better.
malintent assumed here by anybody. I assume no malintent by Cornell, by anybody, by this legislature. I'm trying to contribute to the discussion based on the facts at hand. And so I think it's important that as you guys now go back to consider this and discuss it further, whether it passes in concept or not, it's important to remember what was said. And that's why I wanted to bring those things to your attention. So I thank you very much. Appreciate you as always.
I'm not raising my hand again. When you guys sent,
Legislator Crowley.
when you guys sent over the email,
Yes.
did you send it to Putco Ledge?
I did not send the
Who
email.
sent it?
So the acting chair at the time, because the chair was unable to make the meeting, sent it to Putco Ledge.
Okay. We did get that. And that, can you just send that to me quickly, or, sorry, Legislator Montgomery?
Yeah, we did all get that.
That, I remember that one, but I do not remember seeing, I did not remember seeing a different one, so that's why I wanted to make sure.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'd rather hear from you.
I do want to address the fact that I don't believe Cornell meant to contradict what we said at the rules meeting as far as taking over Ag Board responsibilities. A lot of the discussion was about intake and the application process. That is solely within the board, and I believe Cornell understands that. If the language in the narrative, in what this, I do want to get back to the fact that we need general assistance with the farming and agriculture beyond what the board can offer. The board is volunteers and has specific role with the agricultural district and advising the legislature, but they do not have technical expertise on teaching farmers how to farm.
Legislator Montgomery.
I would like to make a bold recommendation, and I struggled with this in part wanting to hear all the members of the Ag Board and their concerns, and also, you know, out of respect for the experts, Barbara Barossa and Stephanie. So this is a struggle for me. So my suggestion is strike it all, strike the whole thing. I feel like, as much as I would like to, I feel like we're micromanaging this. We just approved $164,000 for a program position in DPW that didn't have the extent of this scrutiny that we're doing now. I know it's different because it's a county position as opposed to a contracted position with Cornell, but so let's strike every bullet point and approve this as solely advancing agricultural support services within the county. We are contracting with Cornell Cooperative to simply advance agricultural support services within the county. And then let it happen at the Ag Board. Let this support system overlap with the Ag Board, and let the Ag Board say, no, you don't do that. Let's strike it all.
I'm gonna call,
It's sent it to you.
thank you, on Legislative Council,
What's your question?
just to weigh in on what Legislator Montgomery's suggestion, because
I mean,
it's gonna be very loose until what's gonna
There's
happen.
still gonna end up being a
A
contract,
that's
and
what
the
I'm saying, so
contract
it's gonna
can
be
set
loose,
forth.
and then that's gonna set forth everything,
Yeah,
so.
the contract can set forth that, you could leave it to the contracting branch of government to set forth the terms. However, you know, understand that right now we're talking about the interplay between Cornell and the Ag Board. And so to the extent that you want to have control or say over what is reserved for your Ag Board versus what role Cornell will play, you're going to be giving up that, and you're going to be allowing that to be handled by the contract, by the executive branch, which if you're comfortable with, that's your prerogative to do. But just understand that if you fail to set forth the terms here, then you are giving that up. So just
I think I have a suggestion which you might be familiar with, Madam Chair.
Legislator Birmingham.
We rarely do this on the county level, but it is done on other levels of government, the federal level of government and the state level of government. There's sometimes something called a negative appropriation. Doesn't mean we're taking money out. What it means is that we appropriate money, in this case it would be a contracted amount of money, and we restrict what the funds can be used for. In other words, we can have a negative. No money shall be spent, I'm using this as an example, none of this $25,000 shall be used to support, help, assist the Agricultural and Farmland Protection Board without the request of the Agricultural and Farmland Protection Board. In other words, we're getting it into the appropriation even before the contract is drafted. In that way, the contract has to be drafted like that because no money can be spent unless there's a request from the AFPB for this position. I mean, there's so much more that you're already doing for agriculture in Putnam County that you've historically done through Cornell, that if AFPB doesn't call you one year, I'm sure Cornell has a lot of this programs to spend. It almost might be a favor, this negative appropriation. So to the extent we might be able to draft a resolution like that to restrict the uses of these funds so that without the light switch being put on by the AFPB to assist the AFPB, there won't be any sort of overlap, I'll say, without the AFPB's acquiescence and permission.
Hold on. I'm going to call on Commissioner Carlin to weigh in on this a little bit.
No, I'm,
What do you mean?
well, no, I'm fine. Just with the negative appropriation, what you're saying, if I have this right, is
Control.
you don't spend money in terms of the Ag Board that it doesn't want it spent on, but you can still spend the money on advancing the general educational services.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying,
Yes.
right?
correct.
Okay.
But the option is there. Should the Ag Board, and again.
I understood that part of
Right.
it. I just want to make sure that the negative appropriation
David have to-
doesn't mean everything gets approved by the Ag.
But then the Ag Board would have to come before us every single time.
No, they could
Are you
go to Cornell and request the assistance, but it would still be as our contractor, Cornell's. We're not taking any. The purpose of this negative appropriation isn't to make the Ag Board the boss of Cornell. The executive director could say, hey, we'd love to help you out on this, but she's currently working on something else. So that's not the intention either. It's kind of a forced, not that it needs to be a forced cooperation, but it's an acquiescence on both parties' parts, the AFPB and Cornell, so that nobody could ever say, well, the Cornell person is here in front of the legislature reporting on an AFPB issue. That would only be with the acquiescence and permission of the Ag Board.
Understood.
Okay, so, yeah, as a thought. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, I don't have anything to say.
Right, just say
Cassandra.
brief words.
Go ahead.
This month is Ag Inclusion Month, okay?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
also Volunteer Month, which I've heard like all over the place is a cool, catchy thing. I appreciate what everyone is saying, that there's a lot of work. I don't want to be here at 9, 10 at night. It'd be awesome as if we could just be allowed to do this stuff. And in years past, when there was all of the other dysfunction that contributed to that slowdown, which Brett very clearly laid out. You don't want me laying that out, but that is why that problem was there. We are in a different space now. The Ag Board of years past, you guys didn't even know it was your board. So let us as volunteers, because I can tell you, I know there's a lot of county staff, but there's also a majority of farmers. I would rather do ag outreach than be here. no offense. I would rather go to Aspiring Farmer Day like we do at Soil and Water with Cornell. That was a great thing. I'm sure our Ag Board members would love to go. I think before you take the reins away from them, let the Ag Board ask for help. We will ask when we need it.
So that, I think
So I love this idea
that's not a bad idea.
Legislator Birmingham had.
Stephanie.
I love that idea. I know it's, we want to do certain things, but as a volunteer who sits on that board and on Soil and Water and is exhausted, we're willing to do that. So don't take that for granted, but we do support Cornell. We want their support, just like Soil and Water. We want to help the Ag Board when they want our help. That's
Right,
all I want
and
to say.
we're also gonna have members change over throughout the years, and maybe not everybody's gonna be as enthusiastic as some of the members that we have right now. So we would like our members to stay as involved, but it might be a good thing to have that as an option where the Ag Board can come and say, I need your help. Cornell, can you help me?
We'd be happy to, and just for the record, we have no interest in duplicating services, so.
I'm sure you have a lot of services that you have to handle.
And I just want to make it crystal clear, say that the technical expertise that Barbara has said she needs for like the 2039 referrals, this money can access that, correct?
I mean,
That would be,
yeah, I mean,
yes.
that's the only restriction that my suggestion envisions, is that any time there's an overlap with AFPB
Right.
with this money, they'd have to get AFPB's permission. Anything else, it's
Okay.
whatever the Cornell decides to do, and if that is helping
Barb.
with technical advice
Yes.
with our other departments, that's fine, yeah.
Okay, Legislator Sage?
Just a really quick point, I think Chairwoman Crowley made a really good point. These boards do tend to turn over quite a bit, and new board members may not even understand what Ag Board, what their volunteer duties are. So would the Cornell Cooperative provide any type of Ag Board training? I think that's important too. Ag Board training is.
Sure, we could do onboarding or anything.
They could if asked
If
by
requested.
the
If
Ag Board.
Right.
They
So I
could
think
if the Ag Board asked.
And also to Legislator Birmingham's point, I think that's a wonderful resource.
Right, so
is-
if they were asked, so there was no duplication of services, if they were asked, they could provide that. If they
Yeah.
got 6 new members that had no idea what they were doing and needed some assistance, they could ask and say, can you help us? They could ask Soil and Water, could you help us? So I don't think it's a bad idea, and it stops the duplication of services. And I think it solves a lot of the problems. Do you ladies, Barb, I know you're the one that needs a lot of assistance right now with this, so do you have anything to add that's missing, that you would need, that you would like to see in this, because you're the one with
I think
a lot on your shoulders?
Thank you. I think the main one will be the farmland protection plan.
Okay.
We had a member from, well, actually Soil and Water and the chair set up a really great meeting with our contact at the Ag and Markets from the state. He came down and talked about the farmland protection plan that's coming up. Should be opening up in June, which I don't know if everyone's aware. I'm in the middle of 2 other plans, so my time is very short right now. So if this does come up, I would be relying a lot on Cornell to assist with just putting together the RFP. We have a lot of resources, but Cornell, through their state contacts in other counties, would be a great way to assist. And $25,000 won't go very far with that. I would really like to see them assisting us with agriculture in whatever form it is.
Okay. So, what? Oh, sorry, Heather.
Through the chair, yes, this was discussed at the meeting, as Barb mentioned. I think that one of the problems that I foresee just with this proposal versus what you're saying is that that is a prime ag board function. While the ag doesn't have the same level of expertise, and Barb, as planning has had to do many of the planning, that this was part of the debate that was at the meeting. And so I don't want to put us into a controversy without addressing it first.
The board is involved as similar to what I have the Transportation Advisory Council going to do. They are advisory and will assist with recommendations, but they aren't going to be the ones working with the consultant on a weekly basis and putting together the language.
I 100% understand it, and I know that this is your area of expertise. I'm just saying, we have on the floor a negative appropriation proposal, and understanding that the board's position.
That was a suggestion, that's not a proposal.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's up for one of us
It's up
to
for
make a motion.
discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so my point is that proposal places in the hands of the board the decision whether or not they want help with this function. And so that would mean that in order for you to get the assistance that you want with this function that is part of their role by statute, you would have to have the board's approval to do that. And so I just want to point that out before this goes for vote.
Yes.
How does the board get that done now? They ask planning.
They do.
Right.
And because they want, and maybe they continue to. Maybe there's no change whatsoever.
There doesn't need to,
I'm just saying that Barb is suggesting things that she wants,
Right.
and that maybe that does align entirely with what the board wants. But based upon this proposal, it would potentially, okay, let's say that they didn't want what Barb wanted. It could potentially hamstring Barb from getting assistance that she's saying she needs from that. And so I mean, maybe that would
Right.
need to be carved out in the language. I just want to point that out because this was a point of debate at the meeting that we
Okay.
attended.
Right now, Barb's planning gives assistance to the AFPB outside of this, any contract. You just do it, I mean, you have funds to do it, but what you're saying now is you'll need some of this 25,000 to help do that. Is that what you're saying?
No.
So it's totally outside of this 25,000. That's my point. If AFPB currently has the ability to request a planning assistance for AFPB activities, and it doesn't affect the 25,000, it wouldn't have any impact on this. I'm
Maybe
missing
it's my
something. I'm missing
confusion,
something.
but my understanding was part of Barb's argument for why this should go forward was because this was a function that she needed Cornell's assistance with, and she said that the 25,000 isn't going to go that far, but that it was part of what she was going to need help with. So that was the only reason I was bringing it up, was in the event that there's a negative appropriation, it would place it in the board's decision whether or not this went forward or not. If it's completely separate, that's my misunderstanding, but.
But let's suppose it's not. Let's take your example,
But
because
that's,
I have a workaround for that.
and so in the event that it was within the boards, and let's say the board disagrees and doesn't want Cornell performing this function, maybe they want to hire a different expert, maybe they want to hire someone else. Then what would happen is Barb, who's telling us that this is something she needs, would be in a position where potentially the board may not want to give it to her. And if there's a negative appropriation.
So then the board doesn't get the service.
Or the board goes elsewhere to get the service.
They
Maybe the
can
board comes to the legislature.
they can come to their appointing authority and ask for that.
Exactly, they could ask you guys for
Go
this.
back, please, relevant here. We have two attorneys debating each other.
Wait. Dan's not an attorney when he's a
I'm not acting
legislator
as an
right
attorney.
now.
So
Sounded like it.
the county plans to be adopted, an official agri-farmland protection plan would have to get approval from AFPB as well as the legislature
Which
and county executive.
they need to do
have
anyway.
formally adopted.
Right.
Right. So
It's outside of the
yes,
25,000.
they are involved and will have to approve it. It is not their plan, it's the county's plan, which the county planning department runs. And it really would come down to
That isn't what the statute says though. And I understand that's how our county does it, but that's not what the statute
That's how
says.
just about every county does it.
I
And
get
that's
it.
how we did it in the
And it's
past.
because you have expertise, and I'm not taking it, you know I think you're awesome. I'm just saying that this proposal is specifically making a negative appropriation that puts that control in the board's power. And so before we pass it, I just want to make sure there isn't any collateral consequence that hurts your ability to do what is your expertise. That's it.
Fair point.
Are you done?
Never.
I didn't think so, but I haven't heard you like that before, so
Okay.
Heather might have just,
We have to 11.
Yes, we have till 11.
okay.
I'd
So,
like to speak.
Got donuts.
I'm not doing another round robin. So we have two options here. One is to call the question as is. Two is to take into consideration Legislator Birmingham's proposal. Well, actually, we have and then we have Nancy's on the table too, which she said just strike it all. And what was your exact?
I take that back.
Yes.
I'll take that up. I'll make a motion that we strike this, and we table this item number 17 to go back, be refurbished, and come back to us next month.
Striking and tabling, please.
Yeah, the striking and tabling
Fair enough.
and refurbishing somebody to the furniture.
Right. I make a motion.
And actually, table is not the correct term.
No, tabling.
Table's for an emergency. It's called postpone.
Postpone.
Make a motion, we postpone item number 17.
I don't mind Legislator Birmingham's proposal. I don't mind it at all. I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna see if I get a second on it. What's the, I'm gonna, so first I'm gonna put up agenda item 17 as is and see if I get a second. There being no seconds on the agenda item as is, I'm going to ask Legislative Council to give me a quick reso to call the question with the negative
Appropriation.
sorry, my brain is,
I'm sorry, so you want me to,
a negative appropriation, yeah.
that, I mean, I think
Bring me some.
Legislator Birmingham proposed it. What was the
Go ahead.
language that you proposed?
It would just merely be, we appropriate $25,000 to take it out of what we're doing technically is taking money out of sub-contingency. That's what's before the committee. Take it out of sub-contingency and to put in the final, this is what the resolution generally looks like. What we would do is we would just go ahead and take it out of sub-contingency with the proviso that any of the $25,000 to be spent on anything related to the Agricultural and Farmland Protection Board can only be spent therefore with the approval of the Agricultural and Farmland Protection Board. And that'll be in the contract too. That's my suggestion.
Can I ask a question?
You may.
Okay.
You haven't asked anything.
I'm
You
going to
have
ask
at it.
now. I'm saving the best for last. So did you get the email that was just sent?
I did.
Okay, is that a proposal that we can also add
Hold on.
this
Why not?
evening? Because why not? Okay, that was,
Hold
The
on.
email was the son.
I
The
just
email.
asked Beth to send it around.
right.
So I will read it out loud. I'm sorry, I'm reading from my phone. The Putnam County Agriculture and Farmland Board held a special meeting on April 8th, 2026 to discuss the Cornell Cooperative Center request of the legislature to release the Tilly Foster Ag Navigator funding. The board is recommending that the funding be released in full to Cornell Cooperative Center for the purposes of enhancing and expanding their agricultural education and support of the Putnam County farming community. Would we all be comfortable with that?
As long as there's no overlap. Without AFPB's acquiescence.
Okay, so then when we would still have the proviso of any of the AFPB transfer to the board.
I think it's no funds shall be spent without the approval of the Ag
Right, and from a practical sense, when vouchers are paid, actually, this would be one voucher to Cornell. It wouldn't even come through, other than the initial voucher, wouldn't even go through our auditor. But that's just something that, Ad Board would know if some of this money is being spent on something they're doing, so.
Would that help your position or hinder your position as planning board, or planning director,
department.
commissioner?
It
That
really
resolution?
wouldn't-
Is that something that's
fine
amenable
with
to
me.
you? I'm being honest, I want honest answers, I do not want, I want to hear honesty.
Yes, I would think so.
Okay, Stephanie?
I mean, I voted upon that.
I know you
so-
did, so, okay, Stephanie?
Yeah, I mean, we're just happy to provide. the-
Services,
Yes.
okay, so,
I'm just wondering why that wasn't considered.
Tony, because
Before
she didn't
this-
speak yet, that's why.
No, I'm talking about before
I-
this was made up. I'm not talking about me
I
speaking, I'm
don't-
talking about
I don't
right here.
I don't have an answer to you. I've had Beth just send it over to all of us right now. So,
I only sent it to you.
oh, you only sent, sorry, she only sent it to me. I apologize.
I sent
I
it.
apologize.
What email are you referring to?
So Brett spoke about the email that was sent to all of us from the Ag Board. Okay, so I asked her for the backup on it, and she said, originally Beth had said she didn't have it because it was just sent at the partial group, not as the entire group. Correct? So, and Brett had said it, so I wanted to read it again. So that's why it wasn't brought up. I asked for it, I read it out in public, and that's why it wasn't spoken about. So I'm reading it right now.
Good. Good job.
Thank you for your approval.
Yes.
So it would read as this, and this is what we would be passing this evening if the committee is on board. The Putnam County Agriculture and Farmland Protection Board held, okay. Cornell Cooperative Extension requests to the legislature to release the Tilly Foster Ag Navigator funding. The board is recommending that the funding be released in full to Cornell Cooperative Extension for the purposes of enhancing and expanding their agricultural education and support of the Putnam County farming community. And no funds shall be spent without approval of AFAB. Correct?
No funds for
So-
AFPB shall
Yeah.
be spent.
No funds
Thank you.
for AFPB shall be spent without the approval of.
Correct.
AFAB. Legislator Sage.
I didn't hear in that, and I don't have it in front of me, I didn't hear in that where the county planning department or county departments would have access to, you said just the ag board, I mean, as far as information, to consult with.
No, I think it covered, it says Cornell Cooperative. It says, it's general, it says the Putnam County Agriculture and Farmland Protection Board held a special meeting on the, to discuss the Cornell Cooperative Extension's request to the legislature to request the Tilly Foster Ag Navigator funding. The board is recommending that the funding be released in full to CCE for the purpose of enhancing and expanding their agricultural education and support of Putnam County farming. So it's pretty,
Okay, so that-
yes.
So that would include.
Yes,
our-
that would
okay. I just
include
want to
that.
make sure that, the county departments have
So
access to that knowledge.
I am totally okay with that as long as our partners in government and the ones that really are doing the heavy lifting are other partners in non-government in back, and then we have districts in the back would be on board. So I think as they sent it, is that something that sounds good tonight for everybody? Oh, we got a thumbs up. Okay, so I'm going to propose that as is. Do we have a second? And do I need to read it again?
It's up to your committee if you.
Do I need to read it a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Congratulations.
It's over.
Understood, I just want to make sure that it was put down as opposed.
Oh, you didn't say anything.
You are correct.
So it was two.
I thought
two-
you,
have to-
okay, let's call it out. You didn't introduce the amendment and take the vote on that, so you didn't actually accomplish
Yeah,
it. You read it out, no, we did not vote on changing number 17. I have
You
17
should
in
vote
front
to
of me.
amend and then
Oh,
vote as
okay.
amended.
Vote
We
to
didn't,
amend,
we didn't
okay.
vote,
We
right?
did, oh, so we vote,
We didn't
okay,
vote to
so
amend
we call
17.
the vote to amend.
Would you stop being a Birmingham?
Are you a lawyer?
Yeah, how did you catch
Play one
on
on
so
TV.
quickly?
So many
Okay.
lawyers talking here tonight, I just picked up on
I
it.
know, you're a lawyer in Pittsburgh. Wear the right suit. Okay, so we're gonna make a motion to amend. Do I have a second?
2 hours.
All in favor?
Opposed?
Aye. Okay, so that motion carries. Now, motion to accept the amended. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Opposed?
Aye. Okay, motion carries. Okay, now we're going to go back to item,
What's John here for?
John, what are you here for? What are you here for?
Thank you. Thank you.
16, okay, I'm gonna make a motion to go out of order for item 16. Do I have a second?
Second.
Just a question. The backup was discussed at length, but was that the budgetary that was passed? Because that was what was item 17.
Yes, that's,
Okay,
yes.
I just wanted to make sure.
So, item 16, I have a second for the motion to go out of order?
Yes.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. This is an approval for signature for a fund transfer for 26T098 Department of General Services monthly copier chargeback. Oh, this is all my fault. Jeez, okay, so I asked Commissioner Tully to come explain this to us because it went through audit. He asked for the appropriations, and I kind of said, this is not something I felt comfortable with, and I wanted to have him explain it to us before the budget process, so when we see it, we'll understand it.
Yeah. In fairness, I think it was a good idea because I do hope it translates into some time savings during the budget process. Essentially, when we submitted our budget for the fleet of copiers and the distribution of how we anticipated the copier expenses to go between departments, we hadn't fully awarded the RFP for the new fleet of copiers. So for the first quarter of the new year, we had sufficient funds in all of the budget lines. There was a few budget lines that when we forecast how the budget is going to be in 6-8 months from now, there was going to be deficits in some lines and surpluses in others. So this fund transfer actually just reallocates the funding that you already approved in the budget to the appropriate levels that will get every department's chargebacks accurately through the end of the year. So it's not additional funding, it's just reallocating the funding to the departments that need it. And when it comes budget time, the revised budget will reflect the 12-month actual amount that's needed.
And I appreciate you coming in and explaining it, because I think, like I said, during the budget season, it'll help a little bit, and also proving that it made me a little uncomfortable with the two lines.
Understood, yeah, I
and
think
the
it
amount
was
that it was, so
So,
I appreciate that.
yeah, we always welcome the opportunity to come here.
Any questions from the committee?
You get 2 credits in civics.
Any questions from the legislators? Any questions from any legislators? Any questions from the public?
Come on, just
I-
one.
What kind of copiers are we buying? It's probably in here.
Thank you.
So I'm going to make a motion to approve this for signature. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. Anybody else here for anything? Bill?
Watch the Yankees.
All right.
And Little Indians,
Have a good
and then
night.
there was one,
Bill, what numbers are you here for?
the rest.
Yeah, every single one of them. Okay, let's go back to the videotape. So we have number 4A. Oh, sorry, I didn't even, did we do the acceptance? No, we didn't.
Not yet.
Number 3, the acceptance of minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Perfect. 4A is the sales tax report. Please review it. If you have any questions, please let me know. B is the board in revenue. Please review it. We're down a little bit. We've been down the past couple months. Please review that.
questions from the committee? Any questions from legislators? Questions from the staff? Okay, 4C, transfer revenue report. Any questions from legislators or the committee or public?
Tony, can you something, Tony? I think she wants to-
I have something.
She had her shining moment
I'm saying
before.
table. I'm going to table this.
Are you? Okay, 4D. We're gonna, 4D.
Okay, stop happy now.
Okay. All right, friends. 4D, FYI, contingency, subcontingency report. Please review. Do we have any questions from the committee? Any questions from legislators? Any questions from the public? Okay. 5A is an FYI of overtime report. That's for review.
Just next month, I'll be taking care of the big one, which is the snow and ice. Now that the first half of this heavy winter is over, we'll fund that. There'll be a big hit to contingency next month, and then you may have to adjust it in the future when you get to October, November, and December. Knock on wood, hopefully it's been a light second half of the winter like it's been, but who knows?
We're still in winter and it's gonna be
Yeah.
May.
Yeah.
It's gotta be May. Okay, perfect. 5B is the approval of budgetary amendment 26A019 for emergency services. Additional cost for the fire training center, also reviewed and protective. There's no fiscal impact of 26 or 27. Any questions from any legislators? Yep, I know Legislator Regan is about the limestone.
Yes, that we received a communication with further explanation as was asked for pertaining to what the actual limestone is from. Received sufficient information,
Would
so.
you like to explain what it's for?
Not this time.
Okay, all right. Any questions from the committee? Any questions from any legislators? Any questions from the public? Motion to approve?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5C is an approval for budgetary amendment 26A021, Veteran Service Agency, peer-to-peer funding awarded to Putnam County. This is also reviewed in rules. This is for $203,008. There's zero fiscal impact in 2026, 2027. Do we have any questions from any of the committee? Any legislators? Anybody from the public? Make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5D, approval of budgetary amendment 26A022, sheriff record remaining expenditure and revenues, also reviewed and protective. There's zero fiscal impact on this. Do we have anybody from the committee that would like to comment or ask any questions? Any legislators? Legislator Sage?
Just a note that there's $12,895 coming out of contingency. Is that correct, Commissioner?
Yes,
Yeah.
that is correct.
So there's fiscal impact.
I'm just saying there's zero fiscal impact on there.
Yeah, it
Just-
should have said, I think
Oh,
it
it's on the
was
right, Bill.
modified.
See on the right?
Yeah, it is on the right, but on the
Yeah, it's
bottom
on
it
the
says
right.
zero,
It
so
should-
it's,
the
yeah. there's
zero should
12
be added.
So there
I
is,
don't know why I put
thank you,
that there.
Legislator Sage, $12,895. So there is, and that's for both years, 26 and 27, Michelle? I assume?
26.
26, 27 will be, I think the grant is totally exhausted.
Okay. So $12,895 for 26. Any questions from any legislators? Public? I make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
5E is approval of a budgetary amendment, 26A023, Health Department Performance Incentive Initiative Award, also reviewed in health. There is zero fiscal impact in 26 and 27. Any questions from the committee? Any questions from any legislators? Any questions from the public? Motion to approve, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. 5G, approval of budgetary amendment 26A025 finance account.
5F.
We did
We did 5F.
Oh, I'm
already.
sorry, you're right.
Yep. Yep, we
Only
went
one.
out of order.
Okay.
Well, I'm just trying to get
Yeah.
everybody who's here at home at a decent time. So 5G approval, budgetary amendment 26A025 finance account for ARPA spending through 3/31/2026. This is zero fiscal impact, zero for 26 and 27. Any questions from any legislators or the committee? Motion to approve, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5H is the approval of budgetary amendment 26A027 DPW fund cost of Bridge 5 project along Maybrook Bikeway, Village of Brewster, also reviewed in physical. And this is a fiscal impact of zero for 26 or 27. We'll be using the capital reserve, and we're transferring $779,462.
That's
Yes.
correct.
That is correct. Did I
Yeah.
just do your job?
Tommy, excuse me, Commissioner Fury explained why the overruns happened in the committee.
Okay, Legislator Birmingham?
Yeah, thank you. Quick question, Bill. It says use of capital reserve. Is that in the 2026 budget, or is that coming out of
No,
fund
that's
balance?
coming out of the fund balance.
So wouldn't this also have a fiscal impact?
Well, yes, and it depends how you define fiscal impact,
Yeah.
but yeah, we'll put a fiscal
All right.
impact in there.
And could we, and I'm being picky here just because.
No, that's okay.
Quick question. We technically don't have a capital reserve fund.
Correct.
What we have is
An
assigned fund balance for capital reserve. And the only reason I point that out is because there's a capital reserve provision in the general municipal law that allows us to do that.
You are correct, and I will change the
No,
description
I'm
in
not,
future ones.
I'm not criticizing, I
No.
just, how often do we take something, and I'm happy to do this, I'm gonna support it on the floor. How often do we take things out of fund balance during a fiscal year as opposed to at the beginning or at the end of the year when we craft the budget? I know we use fund balance to set the tax rate when we
Right,
do our
the
budget.
Fund balance very rarely,
Yeah.
mostly it would be the assigned fund balances we do more of.
Right, but even that, assigned fund balance is even
It's
rare
not
as well.
often.
Okay, yeah, no, and I'm just curious, this is well worth it.
We do it at the
certainly.
beginning of the year for the capital projects budget, obviously, that we adopt.
Yep, okay,
And we go from there.
thank you, Madam Chair.
So any more questions from any legislators? Public? Approval of 5H, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5I, approval of budgetary amendment 26A029 DPW fund swims, statewide investment in more swimming grant program, also reviewed in physical. This is in the amount of $30,000 for grant, and there's zero fiscal impact. Any questions from the committee? Any questions from any legislators? Any questions from the public?
We know Legislator Birmingham does not like the acronym, but we don't make it up.
I don't like forced
Yes.
acronyms. Forced
Forced
acronyms.
acronyms,
I
but
don't
we don't
think-
make them up.
But there, yeah, when you have an acronym, you should be using the word and it's not right.
I know,
That irritates me, so that's.
especially when
my-
they sneak a letter in there that has nothing to do with the actual name of the project, like, I don't think the I is in swims, I mean, is it, anyway.
Investment, yes.
Investment, okay, all right,
In
investment.
more swimming, leave the
Yes,
investment
okay.
out.
So we shouldn't be swims with two eyes then.
Investment in, yeah.
Right to Albany.
See that?
Okay.
Swims, we should send a resolution out.
Go ahead, you do that on their acronyms, on their grants. Legislator D'Angelo. Any questions from the committee? Any questions from any legislators? Anybody from the public? Motion to approve? Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5J, approval budgetary amendment 26A030, Sheriff's Office, receipt of grant awards, SVU facility, also reviewed and protective. There is a federal aid for $27,800 on this one.
Right, so that's
So
a
there isn't, there.
A
that's
positive fiscal
positive,
impact to
yeah,
us.
fiscal impact for 2026. Anything from any of the committee? Anything from any legislators? Any public? Motion to approve, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I have an approval for a signature on agenda item 6 for a fund transfer 26T054 Sheriff's Office Corrections Kitchen Utensils, also reviewed and protected. This is one of Legislator Montgomery's favorites. Is total in the amount of $10,000. Any questions from the committee? Any questions from any legislators? Any questions from the public? Motion to approve, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I will sign this. Approval for signature on agenda item 7, fund transfer 26T055, Sheriff's Office reallocation from Senior Office Assistant to Principal Office Assistant, also reviewed in personnel. This is in the amount of $9,290. This is required to fund a job reallocation from Senior Office Assistant to Principal Office Assistant as approved by the Personnel Department. Any questions from?
I apologize, this is not a sign, it's a resolution.
Oh, it is a resolution. And yes, okay. So we're approving a resolution. Yes, it is. Okay. That's okay. Do we have a second on this one?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I didn't even ask the legislator. Were there any questions on that? I'm sorry. For any legislators?
Just a note, we're talking fiscal impact, there is a fiscal impact of $9,290.
I did say that. Thank you.
It's a big transfer. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Resolution, approval for resolution 8 is the fund transfer 26T067 of the Health Department. Early Learning Center moved funds from itinerant services to care at private institutions, also reviewed in health. And this is in the amount of $250,000, and there is zero fiscal impact there. Any questions from the committee? Any questions from any legislators? Any questions from the public? Make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Agenda item number 9 is approval for signature for fund transfer 26T069 for probation, education, and training. This is also reviewed and protective. $20,000 for training and new hires, and there is zero fiscal impact on this. Any questions from any legislators from the committee? Any legislators in general? Any public? Motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I will sign this. Agenda item 10 is a resolution for approval, fund transfer 26T070, real property increase part-time position from 25 hours to 30 per week, also reviewed in personnel. So it looks like this was fixed from, and we also need to approve the additional on this. So do I make the motion to approve the additional?
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then this has been fixed from personnel, from the original resolution, I think, where it went from, or was it, did it ended up being okay, didn't it?
No, it was all right.
It was all right,
She was a little
Okay.
confused, but it was always 25 to 30.
Okay. So there's zero fiscal impact this year, and we don't know about 2027. Any questions from any
Yeah,
legislators?
40.
Bill, do you have anything to add?
No, it was just a fiscal impact of 46 this year and not the next year. It'll be in the budget.
Okay. Any legislators? Anybody from the public? I'll make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution 11, approval for fund transfer 26T071, Department of Social Services to cover mandated child protective services overtime, also reviewed in personnel. This is in the amount of $7,315. The caseworker is Spanish speaking and there's zero fiscal impact. Do we have any questions from any of the committee? Any legislators? Oh, I just sneezed. Bless you. Any legislators? I'm going to let everybody know now that there is nobody left in the audience, so I'm not going to call on the audience anymore because it's literally Diane, Michelle, and Heather, so I'm not going to be calling on anyone in the audience. So motion to approve, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution 12, or agenda item 12, for approval, fund transfer 26T084, finance, increase district attorney salary pursuant to judiciary law 183-A. So this is something we do every single year, and it is in the amount of $3,634. It is something that we have to do again as per New York State law. Bill, anything? Good?
That's it, it's mandated.
Yep. Committee, do you have any questions? Any legislators? I'd like to make a motion for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Agenda item 13 is the approval of fund transfer 26T094, Department of Social Services, temporary, also reviewed in personnel. This is for $3,634, but there will be zero fiscal impact. Funding for temporary employee covering for a principal office assistant during leave of absence. Any questions from any of the committee? Any questions from any legislators? Make a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Agenda item 14 is the approval of the fund transfer 26T095, Health Department, reorganization effective May 1st, 2026. Create new positions of Deputy Public Health Director and Environmental Health Aide title change from grade 5 office assistant to count clerk 2. Also reviewed in personnel.
Chairman Crowley?
Yes.
That was on the wrong item. That additional is actually for this item. It was number 10 on personnel.
So why do I have this?
You have the additional from number 10. You just
But it's
substitute
actually
that.
for number
Yes,
14.
there you go.
Yeah.
Now I understand.
Wait,
Yeah.
let's go.
Go back to your
I'm
addition.
sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, the 2 lines are pulled out.
Sorry,
Yes,
I
now
was
know.
gonna say, I was looking at it like, didn't we split this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Gotcha, okay.
The remove lines were tabled back to health to discuss at their next month's meeting.
Okay, so 14, what do we,
Do you need the new one for 10 or the old one for 10?
The new one for 10 is actually the new one for 14.
yep, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So make a motion to accept that.
Yeah, can I, am I making a motion to accept 10 as 14?
Re-accept.
To re-accept?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Did everybody find all?
I got it.
Oh, it's right here. Okay, got it. Okay, so 10, so we have, this was the, zero fiscal impact, but then I have $4,646 on here that were,
I think you're looking at the regular number 10.
nope, this is the
Yeah.
amended.
10 amended.
Oh, that's, this, oh, Laura, oh, sorry, legislator Russo wrote that on there.
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. So
That's all right.
So number 1, yes, so zero fiscal impact on this,
Right.
correct?
Basically, the environmental health aide, the account clerk, and the office assistant were all approved, and the deputy position was referred back to the health committee for further discussion.
Wonderful, thank you. Any legislators have any questions? Being that there are none, I'm going to move to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution, agenda item 15 for approval is a budgetary transfer of 26T096 DPW Fund Capital Projects 20 CP04, 25 CP02, and 26 CP01, also reviewed in physical, for minor renovations, sidewalk safety, building management systems, and for the Putnam Valley Senior Center in the amount of $202,000, and there will be zero fiscal impact coming from the capital projects
Yep, this is from the minor renovations reserve that's set up in the capital projects committee each year. And the CP process is just allocating those funds. The committee, the fiscal services committee approved these last month. This month, sorry.
Okay, perfect. Any questions from the committee? That's you. He needs a first. Any questions from any legislators? Make a motion to approve. And second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We did 16 and we did 17, right? 16 and 18. Okay, approval for semi-manual mortgage tax October 1st, 2025 to March 31st. In the amount of $2,070,152.05. So this would be, Dan, this is just payments that are owed back to us to make the county whole?
Oh, no, these are the lifeblood of the towns and mortgage taxes, the towns and villages.
Oh, us.
No, they go to towns and villages that Jimmy holds in the sale of the properties.
Oh, right,
If you
we can't
pass
collect
this
on
on
anything
May
anymore.
2nd, I'll get calls on May 3rd.
Right, because they can't collect on anything.
No, they want their money,
Yeah.
they are watching this. If you don't approve this, they'll be out with pitchforks.
I forgot about that, okay.
Yes.
Okay, yep, I was thinking of something
No.
separate. I apologize. Any questions from the committee? Any questions from legislators? I'd like to make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
You in on that?
Yes, sorry. I gave you a second.
Approval on agenda item 18, semi-annual mortgage tax report, October 1st, 2020. I just did that one, 19. FYI, agenda item 19 is going to be the deposit and investment policies first quarter ending March 31st, 2026. Bill?
I reworked it a little. I've heard what Dan said. Now you have the terms and the rates of the CDs. The problem is we don't negotiate the breakage penalty. So it'll be, each of the 12 will be subject to a negotiation if you were ever going to break it, depending on how much time is left, what interest rates are at the time. So I can't determine that and put that on there for you. But I did get everything else, yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other legislators have any questions on this?
Is
Dan?
is this whole cash or investments?
Yep, the demand accounts and money markets, and I broke it out by demand accounts, money market, and CDs.
So there's, and this is $221 million.
Correct.
Wow. And I know we didn't ask for this, and I'm sure it's, well, the demand accounts are probably not fund balance, but where's fund balance sitting in all the CDs?
Yeah, it would be a part of everything that's not restricted.
Okay. That's a lot of money, folks.
It is, but
we haven't collected all our
it went
taxes yet.
down when we started to pay the schools, like 21.
Oh,
20-something
this
million.
also includes the levy for the schools?
Well, we have to pay the schools for uncollected taxes.
Oh, right,
Beginning
right.
of April, so it's high at the end of March. This is like the high benchmark, and then it'll
Okay.
start going down.
And we haven't received all of our taxes yet either.
Well, most of them we have, yeah,
Okay.
by the end of March. There are some stragglers. Some towns take longer to collect than others, but for the most part, we've gotten them in.
Wow, okay.
But we have to pay out the schools, the unpaids. They're the big money.
Any questions from any other legislators other than Legislator Birmingham? Because him and Bill, this is our last, if you guys could go out to coffee.
Yeah, we do, we can, we'll.
Irish coffee.
Irish coffee,
There you
yes.
go. I'm serious. Any other questions from any other legislators? Make a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item 20 is other business, seeing that we have none. I'm going to make a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Nobody move. We're not gonna move for the meeting,
No,
the
we don't
full
have to
meeting.
move.
I tried to go quick on that.
You did,
I tried to.
You did.
Certainly did better than special meeting of the Putnam County Legislature to order. I'd ask everybody to please stand for the pledge. Legislator Hernandez, would you lead us?
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. I'd ask Legislator D'Angelo to read us the legislative prayer.
Okay. Let me be willing to see the big picture in all things, act in accordance with my best, most ethical self, and grant the benefit of the doubt to all those I meet.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I'd ask the clerk to call the roll.
District 1, Legislator Montgomery. District 2, Legislator Gouldman. District 3, Legislator Agnizio.
Present.
District 4, Legislator Russo.
Present.
District 5, Legislator D'Angelo.
Present.
District 6, Legislator Regan.
Present.
District 8, Legislator Sayegh.
Present.
District 9, Legislator Crowley.
Present.
District 7, Chairman Birmingham.
Here, we have a two-item agenda this evening, one of which I'll make a motion to withdraw. However, we'll go to item number 4, approval of temporary legislative representative for the Putnam County Agricultural and Farmland Protection Board. This was forwarded out of the Fiscal Services Committee. Bill, would you like to lead us through this, or whoever? Okay, yeah, it's just a temporary appointment for Legislator Sayegh to be our representative to the Putnam County Agricultural and Farmland Protection Board. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 5, I'd like to make a motion to withdraw approval of Legislative Amendment 26A026 as amended. Do I have a second to remove it?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. I'll make a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Is there a discussion on that? No.